Okay. Hello again. This time it's working. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I hate Mondays. I swear. I really, really hate them. But I suppose we have to have them. So, how is everybody on this Monday morning? Kapla, bird. Hello, mountains. Hello, Thomas. Hello, Lone Wolf. Yep. We are attempting this round 2. At least I have sound now. Hello, Darren. Other things are screwed up this morning, but hey. I probably have to restart the computer and everything else. Get the voice meter working and shit, but you know what? We can buzz right on past that today. Hello, Mercer. Yeah, fuck Mondays. Yes, Thomas, they're burning down all over the place. Tiki, good morning. Just trying to check some things out, figure out why things weren't working, but can't figure it out at the moment. The hell, Sabu? Jeppy, hello. Life forms do. Continue the life. Well, get your ass out of bed, Thomas, and go get you some food. It's not the doom squirrel. This is just the angry squirrel. All right, so if anybody gets bored, the stream link is in the chat. I'm not looking for nuts. Shut the hell up, Lone Wolf. I'm not the one that spends all the time looking for the nuts. And I'm reserving my opinion on the Batman trailer until I see another one because, well, I didn't. Some people may have liked what they saw. I didn't like what I saw. So, nah. That's just me. I'm a grumpy old man, damn it. Well, Mercer says goodbye. And Yosef is alive and well. And here's Bird.
I didn't care what I saw because I don't really like Batman. I mean, I tend to like the movies once they come out, but
I wasn't that impressed with what I saw.
Yeah, watching a trailer doesn't do anything for me. Batman trailer.
It's going to take more than a couple of seconds of this and that and throwing around to get me interested in it.
He did look like a little pathetic Batman, though.
Good morning, Parrot Head. Hello, Captain Trek.
Hello. How are you this morning?
I'm just having fun.
Good.
Finally got some rest in me. Finally got cooled off.
That sounds good.
That's right. Yesterday you were quite hot.
It's just horrible. Today's supposed to be the same way. That's why I'm not going outside.
I wouldn't either.
I'm going to sit right in here. I'm going to do this little ranting off and on stream, and then I'm just going to spend the rest of the day lurking and having fun.
Cool. Sounds good.
Mercer says he can't wait till Orville season 3, 4, and 5. And yes, Richie, I'm still breathing. So what are you guys up to today?
Much here. What about you, Bird? I guess he's not.
All's good. What was the question?
What are you up to today?
I should be doing stuff I'm supposed to do, but I probably will just play a game until bed life. I don't know.
That's right, people. Remember, send in your bed life questions.
That's
Dear Pop.
Well, just send Dear Pops in. He'll get to them. Just title them Bed Life.
There's no place for a title when you do a Dear Bop.
Well, you can sit there and when it goes Dear Bop and then go Bed Life question.
Yeah, I mean, you could put a line. I spent all morning arguing politics on Facebook, which is, of course, as productive as digging a trench with chopsticks.
I only do that against my one cousin's wife because she's so loony out there that it's fun watching her head explode.
I would argue slightly differently, Bird. I would say probably about as much as productive as making the trench with a toothpick. At least you have more material with chopsticks.
You can start a fire with chopsticks.
True.
And I mean, it's not like these are people I know of them. I know them, but I haven't seen any of these people in decades. One I last saw probably when I was 20, and one I last saw when I was in junior high. They're both girls that were in my school, my classes with me. One until 6th or 7th grade, and the other until high school.
And they're coming to argue what?
Well, of course, them being New York liberals, they're arguing one thing while I'm arguing the other. One of them, though, has extensive experience in State Department elections. She was in the Marines briefly, but very briefly. And I generally am on the same side as her most of the time, but on one particular issue, apparently I'm not. But I saw her post her experience in defending her opinion, and it just sprawls deep state. I think she's too close.
Good morning to Robert. Good morning to Philip. Welcome all the new chatters.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone is welcome. Welcome.
Where's Pixels?
I don't know. Good morning, Fluger.
Pflugerville.
Booger.
Just another nerd. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I don't know. The last I seen Pixels, he was hanging out on his birthday stream yesterday. That's all I know. Yes, we saw new riots and chaos going on in Wisconsin last night.
Really?
Oh yeah, there was some idiot walking around with a damn rifle outside of a cop armored vehicle.
And he didn't get shot?
No, all they did was throw some tear gas out, and that was about the end of the video I seen. And I don't know what the hell happened afterwards. It was just another crazy night.
Well, there are a lot of those anymore.
I shared the video. It's on my Twitter last night when I seen it.
Oh, I see, Thomas.
I don't know. Later today, I'll have to spend some time trying to figure out why this voice meter shit ain't working again. That's why the first stream I had to just end because I could not get any sound at all. I had to go back to the old ways of doing things.
Well, that may not be horrible. It will be inconvenient and a pain in the ass, but
Yes, Joseph, I heard that meteorologist Katie was over on that stream yesterday too. And yep, I heard that some cop got hit in the back of the head and knocked out. They're just going even more loonier. So the first hurricane's supposed to hit today, I think, down there in Louisiana. I think. Or if I can get me a... of course, all this shit that you tried to look it up with. Oh well, they're going to get lots and lots of rain. Lots and lots of rain. Hello, Wesley Crusher.
yes, hello, Wesley. What's going on?
Oh, birds playing things.
I'm just testing a theory. I've turned all the taxes to zero, and still the population isn't getting over 56,500. In fact, it's going up and down around 56 too. So obviously, even the taxes aren't my medium-sized taxes, the 12% taxes, are not the cause of the city not growing.
No.
So I can.
Wesley asks, Captain Trick, what happened to you last night?
Yeah, I fell asleep about 4:30, and yeah, didn't wake up.
said, "We had to play without you last night." Well, I think that's night. He said might, but I think he meant night.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, I'll go ahead and send a DM.
Joseph says, I was in shock realizing that Hungary is VAT, sales tax 27%. Darren says, well, if you lower taxes, doesn't cause your city skyline city to grow, then it's not a very accurate simulation program.
No, it's not. Okay, so I just put taxes back up to 13%, which is higher than I had them. Nobody's complaining so far. I'm actually making a ton of money for some reason. Oh, okay. Now people are starting to complain about taxes. So now I'm going to go ahead and defund the police. Budget.
Thomas Potts says, Bird of Prey is liberal. He loves taxes.
Police. All the way down. Actually, doesn't even let me fully defund them. It only lets me drop it to 50%.
Well, that's better than nothing.
And Robert says, Linda Carter will be my only live-action Wonder Woman. Mine too. Damn it.
Oh, yeah. Agreed.
John, the former president, says, fairtax.org, mofos.
Okay, I think I got to bring the taxes down to 12%, or else they're gonna get angry and leave. But the game is like hard coded to allow 12% taxes.
Well, why not drop them to 9?
Well, because then I don't make any money, and I eventually lose it all.
I didn't say 0.
Lone Wolf says, no one is.
Yeah, but at 12, I was barely breaking even.
No one complaining about Krogan taxes. You would think they'd be afraid to be sent into the mines or something.
We got another fire. Even though I put lightning rods on the buildings and I required mandatory smoke detectors, all of which cost a lot of money for me, which isn't how it works in a real city, there's still constant fires. Must be a California city.
Darren Wagner says, the new Wonder Woman trailer looks like they further modified Maxwell Lord into an even closer superficial Trump allegory. Not impressed? I don't even think Gal Gadot can save this one. I haven't been impressed since they showed the damn lightning hopping. No. You don't lasso lightning. It's just stupid.
Oh, Philip Gaming. Hey, how are you? Yeah, you're right. Damn Californians.
Yeah, damn Californians. Darren thought the lightning lasso trick was cool. Yeah, maybe it looked cool, but it's still stupid as hell. I'm sorry. Wonder Woman has an invisible plane for a reason. Eventually, she learned how to fly for a reason. Didn't need no damn lasso tricks from lightning. I mean, come on. Lightning don't even last long enough for you to sit there and lasso it and swing on it. That's just dumb. Thomas Potts says, stop setting fires, Wesley. I'm not sure why you're talking about why the screen black, Wesley. Not sure. I'm a little lost there.
I think it went black for a second.
Resolute says Wonder Woman 84 will be a cringe fest, but the porn parody will be funny.
Of course it will. Yeah, but can we talk about the porn parody when it comes out?
Yeah. Darren says not all Wonder Woman used an invisible jet, but the important ones did.
Yes.
That's all that matters.
That's right.
Wonder Woman cannot be allowed to live. The lasso of truth must be suppressed. So says CNN. Yes, we're just having funny ramblings today. Darren asked the important ones. Well, yes, from Super Friends and Wonder Woman TV show.
That's right.
Yosef asks, why so negative? Maybe the movie will be great. Because I just don't. I'm sorry. I just have no faith in Hollywood anymore. That's why.
Yeah.
I'd rather be so negative and then actually see it and be surprised that it's good than go into it hoping that it's good and get showed that it's crap. Wesley had to reload the whole video because it was just black. Robert asks, wonder if we'll ever get Captain Atom in a live-action DC movie. I have no idea. And Phil says, it's been a while since I've seen a porn parody. I still have to check out the Captain Marvel one. Darren's like, look, just because your knowledge of the character is limited to Hanna-Barbera cartoons and 70 live-action TV show doesn't mean the film has to be bound by those limitations. I know it doesn't, Darren, but that's just my preference. We can agree to disagree.
That's right.
We're all friendly here.
And we can agree that some people are wrong and we're right.
And we can also agree that this broadcast is not meant to be rebroadcast by anybody else with rambling commentary about what we're talking about. So do not rebroadcast this on your streams.
Without written permission by
Deej and Three Squirrels.
Yep.
Because that is a thing now that you have to make sure that you put out a disclaimer so people don't just stream your shit for the hell of it.
Well, unfortunately, people choose to do that.
Thomas says Bird of Prey is a Trek porn parody expert.
Oh, is that true, SuperChat?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay.
But, I mean, I was in a coma for a while, so God knows what happened.
That's right, Darren, it was. And Lone Wolf seems to want to get thrown out of the chat because he's going against my Cubs again.
And why is that?
Because he just loves to torture me about Cubs.
Oh, could be worse.
And Wesley, send me info about what day, what times, and what version you're using. And if you need another player, and depending upon what versions, talk to Lone Wolf too, because me and him play D&D.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the times that have been being played, I had to withdraw. So.
Yosef's like, wait, what? Is it a thing that people are restreaming without permission?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, Yosef. We have people that decide to sit on their own stream and just play what we're doing on our streams, and then just sit there and talk through it and shit. Yeah.
And quite often they aren't actually adding anything to it. They're simply listening in and making brief little comments when there are pauses.
Resolute says, people, I've only seen one person do that. Actually, there's been two.
Yeah.
One likes to slow down what we do to make us sound like we're drunk,
Mm-hmm.
but he doesn't do it for long. And then there's
No.
another one that does it for long periods of time.
Yes.
Darren's like, Bird was in a coma? For how long?
That would be about a year, wouldn't it, Bird?
It was May through August of 2009.
Oh, I thought it was longer.
And then
Okay.
there was a couple of months that I was technically not, but I also just don't remember anything. No, it was a year I was in the hospital.
Oh, you were in the hospital. I'm sorry.
Most of it in ICU.
Fourth edition. Even though he says education, that's fourth edition. I'll have to look in on that. I know I got the books for fourth edition. I just hated everything past third edition. Well, third, fourth, and fifth, because they changed the rules so damn much to D&D that it wasn't funny. Everything was backwards to me.
Of course.
You know, in my day when we played D&D, a -10 armor class was super awesome. I mean, super awesome.
Why is that?
Because the armor class, all your armor and stuff that you found and would take you down, and it would make it harder for you to be hit.
Ah, okay.
But now they seem to do it the opposite, and you got to have like a positive number to have really good armor, and it's like, what?
Well, actually, that makes more sense. I would think that the negative would be weaker, not stronger.
Well, when you're doing the armor class and it was a negative number, that was because they're trying to swing at you, and if they have to have bonuses to be able to hit that positive, or they'd never be able to roll a number to hit you.
Ah, okay.
You had to have a perfect 20 roll to hit somebody at a -10 if you didn't have shit on you. That helped out. And yes, I played WoW for quite a few years too.
I think I'll stick to Angry Birds.
I play Angry Birds too. Feels like nerds.
Looking in the mirror, Phil?
We're all nerds here. Robert says the Justice League movie could use Jon Stewart Green Lantern, just like in the Justice League animated series. Well, it could. And of course, Lone Wolf says we do need to get together for a game. Well, only if you stop bad-mouthing my Cubs. Because if you show up and want to play a game, I may slap you upside the head. Just fair warning. Hello, Keely.
I mean, I have nothing against the Cubs. Go Royals. But, that's just me.
Go Royals. I like how you threw that in there real quick.
Hey, I'm from Kansas City. What do you expect?
Darren says a good version of Guy Gardner for the Green Lantern. And yeah, that is true. I usually slap you upside the head anyway.
Well deserved, of course.
And Parrothead said, speak for yourself. I'm a geek.
Whatever.
And Lone Wolf says, I don't like baseball. He only likes the balls in his pants. Oh, wait a minute.
I hope he does.
Wait a minute. Chris Cook comes in here and says, go Cards. No.
Go Royals, not Cards.
And now Phil says, nerd card revoked because we're talking sports ball.
Hey,
We're just rambling up here today.
just because we're mentioning teams doesn't mean anything. I also like the Rockies, but that's about,
We're just rambling up here today because there's not much else to do on a Monday, so we're just throwing everything up there. And I'm trying to avoid certain subjects because I'm so sick of hearing them over the last few weeks that it's driving me insane. I would rather talk sports ball than I would want to talk lower decks.
Agreed. And there are a few other topics that I probably would rather avoid, but hey.
Yeah, we're avoiding what the hell? I don't know. Yeah, Robert, that was a long time ago. Dodgers haven't been in Brooklyn for a long while now. Though they are doing fairly well out on the West Coast. They are in first place too. Here comes Darren. Now he's going to school us on Wonder Woman.
Oh,
No.
yes.
No,
Oh,
only if you ask to be schooled on Wonder Woman.
Go ahead and school us.
Well, Wonder Woman has a circuitous history, and the character has been reinterpreted more times than even like Superman or Batman. And her ability to fly has changed over the years. Initially, she had just the power to fly like Superman, and then later on they changed it to where she had these sandals that had little Hermes-like wings on them that enabled her to fly. Later they gave her a Pegasus, so she had a flying horse, and then later on an invisible plane followed by an invisible jet once jets became the thing. When the character was revamped along with most of the other DC characters back in '86, they just restored her original ability to fly. And the invisible jet has never really been something that the character has used since 1986, at least in the comics. The cartoons every once in a while will have her find a stealth jet or something as an homage to, the Super Friends and such. But the character generally, as a rule, does not use an invisible jet or plane anymore, and hasn't for, upwards of around 35 years now. So.
I know, but I still just love Linda Carter.
Well, Linda Carter is. You can like Linda Carter, but not be dismissive of an alternate means of travel. The fact that she's the daughter of Zeus now, and the fact that her powers are all magic based, and Zeus had the ability to throw lightning bolts. So a person can't throw a lightning bolt, but the idea that she can't lasso one and swing, on one like Spider-Man or something, in terms of the ridiculousness of that, it's just par for the course for that character.
Good morning, 47 Yorktown.
And I won't be talking about Lower Decks because I'm not watching Lower Decks.
Neither am I. I gave up after the first episode.
I didn't even watch I haven't watched any of them. The only things I know about them are from watching Bird's reviews, and I understand that apparently it's getting better, but it's not the kind of show I'm interested in watching. If Secret Hideout had produced 2 authentic Star Trek shows prior to now, I'd be open to seeing, okay, let's see what they do with a comedy cartoon on it. But no, it's just, you got to have a good show first before you can lampoon the show. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
And Thomas Potts, the Cubs are first place in their division. That's all that matters.
So there was apparently a shooting somewhere in Wisconsin here. And
there was a shooting up there. Now they went completely nuts and they're torching everything.
Yeah.
They're burning up car dealerships. They're burning up garbage trucks. They're burning up everything.
Yeah.
I'm checking out this video right now of a damn car dealership.
Yeah, I believe that was in Kenosha where that happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just torch all the cars at the car dealership because that's gonna make everything better.
Yeah, because hey, the
Well, these-
environment really needs more smoke. And
Cars
Yeah.
are racist.
Yeah, Wisconsin has right now an influx of professional rioters, and we don't have a governor who's uh, willing to doing anything about it. Yeah,
Yeah, he don't have any balls.
no, he'd rather try to postpone elections and things like that, and mandate everybody wear a mask outside statewide. And
They tried doing that here. None of us are
Yeah.
listening to them.
well, it's he got slapped down by the state Supreme Court twice in as many months for the executive orders he tried to pull, and it was just and he's just not equipped to deal with his own base. Basically, is what I'm going to say. His own base. So.
And as we check in with the fellow nerd community, here's Rock Solid's view this morning. So apparently he's just staring at a picnic table.
Well, there's a body of water behind that house.
Yeah, I can't tell what it is.
But
He doesn't give much information.
No, private person.
Guess so. It didn't want me tracking him down since I live so close.
Yeah, Bird. When you talked about your coma, it reminded me of a sketch on a sketch comedy show that used to be on called The State. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was on MTV.
I don't think I remember it.
Where a guy was in a coma for 24 hours, and when he woke up, his wife had already married and
No.
had two kids, and it was an exaggerated thing. Yeah.
What they didn't tell was she'd been married before that and divorced.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she was on her second wife. She was on her second husband already while he was in the coma.
Yeah, he wakes up after being in a coma for 24 hours, and his wife's already remarried, and he's like, "How could you remarry?" He goes, and she goes, "Well, how long was I supposed to wait for you?" And so, it was funny.
Legit
because
question.
It made fun of TV comas, is what it really made fun of. It didn't make fun of comas. It made fun of how comas are presented on television and things in dramas and soap operas and things. And that was where the real parody was.
There was a Futurama episode where something happens to Hermes, and right away his wife is like, "Baby needs a daddy," and she ends up hooking up with Barbados Slim instead. That was the guy that his wife was always the second. He was the backup.
Just think, Bird, how many kids you could have had if you weren't watched over closely while you were in your coma.
I mean, this is disgusting, but apparently at some point in my coma, I ended up with a yeast infection of the mouth, which nobody could explain how I got that.
Oh dear.
Well, we could explain it to you, Bird, but
obviously somebody tried to feed you bread while you were.
Obviously, yes, they were trying to use my mouth as an oven.
Yeah.
Because it was a Jewish-run hospital, it was probably somebody who was trying to sneak around the unleavened bread rules.
Mm-hmm.
It all makes sense.
Yeah.
But actually, when I was in the coma, best I can remember, I was happy and content. I kind of had this, I don't know if I'd call it a dream, but I mean, I remember feeling like it was a long time that I was in Hawaii. Now, Hawaii, while it's a beautiful place, I'd been there. It was never one of the places, I want to live in Hawaii. Like my go-to place was always Arizona or Vegas. But that we were living in Hawaii, like all my family was there, current and dead. And I'm like, how did we get here? And they're like, don't worry, you got sick and we sold your house for like millions of dollars. So we moved here everybody's okay now. We were like living on a beach house, and I was just so content and happy. It felt good. I was like, okay. I was like, really? I was like, it didn't make a lot of sense, but I wasn't going to argue with it. I mean, we were there.
Were you eating them Hawaiian rolls in your?
No, I don't remember eating. I just remember it being bright, being loved ones, and like intense contentment, which I don't know if it was a near-death experience or not, but whatever it was, I was okay with.
Huh.
I mean, when I hear from SisOPrey the stuff that was going on around me outside, I was with 106 fever. They were trying to give me dialysis that kept failing. All types of crap going on. I mean, they were prepared to lose me many a times.
Yosef,
To me,
Yosef.
wow.
Now I have to see.
I'll put it up on my. But Yosef, geez, Yosef.
Wow.
Hello, Lady Mist. I'm sorry you walked in on Yosef time.
Yosef.
Yeah, has anybody seen the movie Kill Bill?
It's been a while, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get reminded. I'm started to get reminded of that movie, and it's now all of a sudden.
Oh, poor Lady Mist had to walk in on that point too. Yosef.
Yeah, Philip, that's my feeling too. It's not the worst place in the world. It's nice, but I mean, I just always thought it was weird that if I was the one choosing the place, I figured I would have chose somewhere else.
I don't know. Hawaii's just too damn expensive. Way too damn expensive.
For whatever reason, money didn't seem to matter at that point.
Well,
We had sold the house, my house, somehow for like tens of millions of dollars.
Well, that would be nice.
What the hell, Bird? You got like all these weird airplanes flying around.
And put an airport in.
Cool.
Your one square city is booming.
I was wondering if the airport was going to affect the population, like knock it down. But really, it didn't. Even after I put it all in, it really didn't change. So I'm wondering how many more things I could put in without it really affecting the population. Also, apparently, defunding the police didn't matter. There was no crime wave. I must have had so many police that dropping their budget to 50% didn't bother anybody.
Do you have any sports in your city?
No, I don't have any sports because they take up too much room.
But he's got a Ferris wheel.
Well, this is actually the London Eye. I'm thinking of knocking it down. Maybe putting up the Statue of Liberty or something.
Yeah, you don't want that there because that's just a big radio antenna for aliens.
Cool. I like
Only
that.
getting 56 visitors a week.
Yeah, they can get rid of it.
Pause it. Let's see what can we get to put in its place.
Oh, you made a lot of people happy knocking that thing down.
Did I?
Yeah.
All the buildings around it were happy.
Were smiling.
Yep.
I guess it was too late. I could put a cathedral. I could put this thing.
The heck is that?
It's a modern building out of London.
I like the cathedral. We did like that.
Oh, let's see. Oh, we could put the Statue of Liberty. I don't know.
Yeah, but that doesn't look right.
Tower. Oh, we could put the Eiffel Tower. That's an impressive monument, but it's got a lot of noise. A lot of noise. What about the Statue of Liberty? Statue of Liberty doesn't make noise. Why should there be a noise thing?
Well, you got people visiting all the time. So
I don't know. If I have to knock down the Statue of Liberty, that would seem rude. Yeah, let's try the Statue of Liberty. Let's see what happens.
Thomas,
If people are happy, I put the Statue of Liberty down. They're happy I knocked the other thing down. They're happy I put the Statue of Liberty down. Well, let's see. We can put some office space over here. We can put some office space over there. Who wouldn't want to have an office next to the Statue of Liberty?
Mountain said Citadel of Birds.
You got a Statue of Liberty right in the middle of the town, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, well, you can't. There's no island. We don't have any room for.
Oh, well, I guess
Everything.
it is in a park, so to speak. Huh?
It has to be within this one square.
Right, overlapping the parking lot there. Oh wait a minute, no, that's a parking lot there. Okay, never mind. I got it now. That's actually a statue of Helios in drag, right?
Yes, but that just sounds funny when you say it, though.
Yeah.
Does it actually say?
There
It's
goes
not.
the office buildings.
It's not legible. Oh no, there it is, July 4th, and the date in Roman numerals. It is legible, huh? Okay, I'm impressed.
I remember back in the 70s when they had, commercials and things where actors would be able to climb up into the torch and a helicopter would do a flyby, and they'd, and then in the 80s they had the thing all covered with scaffolding because it was unsafe to go up there anymore.
Yeah.
And, you had keep the torch lit signs everywhere and they're accepting money. And I think one of the Superman movies actually had a keep the torch lit product placement, ad in a subway. And I guess they reopened it, but I don't think they let people up into the Crown and the Torch anymore.
You can go to the Crown, but not the Torch.
Yeah.
No, they closed the Torch. I remember when they were redoing it, they were selling supposedly little bags of the scrap metal that they had pulled off of it. Now that I think about it, probably got taken.
Yeah.
I doubt that's real. I don't think you could sell the metal that they took off of it, but supposedly they were selling the little bags of the rusted metal they replaced.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a reason why there's a poem that's printed somewhere at the foot of that statue called the New Colossus. The Colossus of Rhodes was a statue of Helios. And if you look at the two statues, it's an uncanny resemblance. If you look at the Statue of Liberty's face, it doesn't have a woman's face. It's got a man's face. But yet the way the robe is presented, it looks like there could be breasts underneath, the
right
thing. But yeah, it's so there's a lot of people that believe that since Freemasons were behind the construction, that it's actually a representation of Apollo or Helios or a sun, some other sun god.
I'm not sure how safe that would be to be able to ride a hot air balloon around the city.
I like how you can view your city in this game, like shots like this.
It's called like a cinematic camera.
It's better than the old Sim City where you just had a static view of your city and no.
This was I want to say a late edition, but it wasn't in the original game. They added it a few years later when people wanted a better way to show off their city. They had a manual camera that let you fly through the city and do stuff like this, but then they went ahead and just made a automatic one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thomas says that he has a piece of copper sheathing from the USS Constitution.
Oh, neat.
And Paramount-owned amusement parks also at one time had people going around dressed up in different Star Trek races, such as Klingons, Romulans, Starfleet personnel. I don't know about nowadays. Mountain
Does
says,
Paramount still have any amusement parks?
and let's see. Mountain says, guys, if none of you are streaming, could you check out the Ambassadorial Wing on Wednesday, 3 p.m. Eastern? I will be talking Babylon 5 with the Ambassador, Dega Outlaw, Benea Wolf, and Classic Comics. Oops. We will try. You got to remind us, though, because some of us are old and can't remember from day to day.
Yeah, remind us Wednesday morning.
Yeah, Wednesday would be better reminder. It's like, it's Monday.
Yeah, I'll be lucky to remember what I'm doing later this afternoon.
I wasn't worried, Mountains. I mean, there's plenty of time.
Yosip has a 3-foot long rusted pipe in his shed. Alrighty then.
I'm surprised that it's 3 foot and not a meter.
Yeah.
Maybe he converted the freedom units for our benefit.
He just converted it to make it sound bigger.
Mm.
3 is greater than 1.
Well, yeah. That's probably the logic behind it.
But why does Joseph have a 3-foot long rusted pipe in his shed? That's the question.
Yeah.
Is he using it to beat on people to try to give them tetanus?
Maybe he figures he can sell it and claim it was on the Titanic or something.
Something he got from digging around, and it's an old World War II relic. Or no, it's a part of the old wall. It was part of the rebarb. Held the wall together. That's what he's doing. He's going to claim it that. Or Joseph lied and is really an American. This just has a good accent capability, unlike some others.
Yeah, he's from Gary, Indiana.
I wouldn't wish anybody to be from Gary, Indiana.
Me neither. The armpit.
That's worse than claiming from Chicago. Oh, now Joseph's getting cute, and he says it's 1/100th of a football field long. Bit higher than a washing machine. And I just heard a toilet flush.
Thank you, Joseph. That's you're funny.
I just heard a toilet flush.
I know, I did too.
Who was in the bathroom?
Oh, sorry.
discount bird because it didn't sound like a vacuum.
No, this is true. That's the only one we could eliminate from that one.
It couldn't be me because I was still sitting here.
I'm sitting on my bed, so yeah, can't be me.
I
Yeah,
can't
see,
get close enough to a toilet for you to hear it. So
my headset and my microphone are two separate pieces of equipment. So I kept my headset on. I walked over, but my microphone is cocked at a different angle today, and I have it set to cardioid, and apparently it was within the range.
Uh-oh, Captain Trek. Joseph says you can show a picture that he shared with you today. It's a gem he found on the internet.
Oh yes, me.
Darth Maul said, sounded like an authentic submarine with that flush.
Well, actually, submarines don't flush like normal toilets, civilian toilets do. It's a manual experience. You open the valve, and then you turn on the water, and it's not with it. There's no toilet tank or anything. It's just
Right.
Yeah.
If his pipe is rusted, he may need to see a doctor. And yes, Joseph, if it was on a submarine, it'd be a head, not a toilet.
Yeah.
All right, so we got this. Sinkhole in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah, I'm surprised people would measure in washing machines. What kind of idiots do that?
People in Kansas City.
Hey, I live in Kansas City. That shit doesn't go fly with me.
What in the wide world of sports is going on here? I hired you people to get a little track laid, not to jump around like a bunch of Kansas City. Well, you finished the line.
We'll be talking about that on Thursday.
Oh, are we going to be doing Blazing Saddles later?
Yep, Thursday is Blazing Saddle Day.
Okay. Feeling frisky, huh?
Yep.
All right.
We're going to push the boundaries and hopefully not get taken down. And look who is here in the chat. It is Captain Cat. Been a while since I've seen the Captain Cat around. And no, it's not my pipe. It's Joseph's pipe, not mine. Sheesh. Poor old Admiral Oliver Doom got really, how should I say it? Needing his mind bleached last night. Because Tommy of the Guinea Pig Collective decided to show him a picture that he made of me in a Leia Slave bikini. Not a pretty sight.
Oh, it was you in the bikini?
Well, he kind of photoshopped my head on.
Yeah. Yeah, no. No.
Yeah, he did it. And it was really bad.
Not into that Baphomet shit.
Luckily, I can't scroll back that far enough to show the picture. And I definitely didn't save it because I didn't want to be tempted to gross people out with it.
No.
But if I was to do it, it would be something like that. That's what poor Admiral had to see last night.
Oh dear Lord. Oh no. Oh God no. God, that gotta look something else. Oh, that Mind bleach.
So glad I wasn't looking.
I was.
No, he's putting it back. I'm leaving.
No, he did that one. That was the other one. He put me to the original
No
layout.
thanks.
So, it was,
Oh, good Lord. Well, at least that isn't quite as
I'm really,
disgusting.
I'm really glad that his Photoshop techniques aren't 100%.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
You guys remember what a big deal it was when Leia was in that bikini in Return of the Jedi? They were, you know, I know my dad made a big deal out of that. Like, oh, look at her! Wow. You know.
I don't know. She was all right, I suppose.
Yeah.
And no mountains. There was no me really at all. No. It was just photoshopped my head onto it. Hey, I got a new subscriber.
Cool.
Robert, why haven't you been subscribed beforehand? Son of a bitch. Wow, I only need 25 more to make 600. Resolute, damn it, I'm eating breakfast. Of course, Captain Cat loved it. And of course, Yosef, the second picture, mixed feelings, aroused and disgusted at the same time. Yosef just putting his thumb over my head on it and enjoying the rest.
Yeah, so you pretty much made me sick, DJ. Thank you.
Blame it on Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective.
No, I blame it on you. You posted it.
He's the one who made it.
For that, I'm sorry, we've got to change the name of your industry area. It used to be Deej, Dirty Oil. Now it's Dirty Deej Oil.
Dirty Deej, done dirt cheap.
No, that will be Piano Dean's next parody. Dirty Deej.
Luckily, he's not tuned in right now, so he won't know to do it. Robert said, so if when it's complete, who's booking package on Titanic 2? What could go wrong since it's being built in China?
What?
That's what Robert said.
Well, there are certain ships,
Yes.
ship names that'll never get used again. You know, Titanic's one of them.
I don't know. There's been a lot of talk over the last few years of wanting to make a new Titanic.
Oh yeah, no, they were already in the process, or they were, of building it before everything happened.
Well, that's just stupid.
There's in fact, they've already sold out their maiden voyage.
Mm-hmm. They'll never be. That was one of those names that just you wouldn't name it, like the Bismarck. Nobody's ever going to name a ship the Bismarck anymore, or the Andrea Doria, or what it's
And it looks like they're building it to look like the old one.
The Challenger.
Chaz, I wouldn't name that.
No. It's like when we see Star Trek ships that are named after like Challenger and stuff, and it's like, are you crazy? Are you stupid? What?
Because here's a 3D rendering of what the Titanic 2 is going to look like.
Huh. Smokestacks, huh?
Yep.
I'm surprised.
I'm sure they're just for looks.
What?
Yosef.
A sub should be named Titanic. Its purpose is to sink anyway.
Dive, not sink. Very few submarines have ever actually sunk.
So yeah, I'm not getting on any ship that's called the Titanic.
One of my favorite little Doctor Who specials was on a ship called the Titanic.
Yeah, Kylie Minogue.
Yeah.
And actually, that started out as a short little Children of Need special where the Titanic slammed into the TARDIS.
What the hell is this?
Well, it was tacked onto it, but yeah.
Mountain says Titanic 2 is due to be launched next year.
Oh, lovely.
I don't know. Maybe calling it Titanic 2 is supposed to be so it won't sink.
Some great conspiracy movies about whether or not the Titanic was actually the Olympic, and they just repainted it.
Haven't seen those.
No, that's a good thing to look into. They got some compelling evidence.
Titanic 2, the sequel. Yosef's on the ball this morning. That vacation did him good.
What was that?
Which was what?
Sorry, dude. No, we had a delivery, but it wasn't from a truck. It was just from some guy in a car.
Ah, excellent. The bomb has arrived.
Yeah, listen for a clock, Bird.
It's going to explode and there'll be confetti all over.
Or a snake.
Or a crystal skull.
Eh.
The crystal skull has finally arrived for Bird.
No, never seen that movie.
Bird got to. It was fun.
I think I heard so many bad things about it and how, Spielberg kind of lost his mojo.
I don't know.
Plus, it has that LaBouffe guy in it.
Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah.
C'est bon. No, it's bon.
Yes, Monsieur LaBouffe.
Well, Resolute, it wasn't actually crystal. It was just glass. Just to look like crystal. Though we should take up a collection and send Bird some crystal skull vodka.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like the whole UFO thing in it, too, I remember. So that after, you had two movies that basically dealt with Judeo-Christian themes and concepts, and then to have them just all of a sudden go into aliens was jarring.
I wonder what the next Indiana Jones movie will be.
Oh, hopefully it'll be a reboot with Aaron, what's his name? Alden Ehrenreich as the title character.
I don't know who, what, or anything about it.
Alden Ehrenreich played young Han Solo in the Solo movie. He's actually a pretty good actor. He was in Hail Caesar. That's what the kind of the part that put him on the map was that Coen Brothers movie. But yeah,
I'm looking up everything that we know about Indiana Jones 5. Harrison Jones is still supposed to be. Harrison Ford is still supposed to be Indy.
see, rather than making another Batman movie, I think they should really focus on other characters. You know, I mean, they had some success with Aquaman. Obviously, Wonder Woman is an attempt there, although they're politicizing that apparently. But you know, another crack at a Green Lantern movie, or having like a buddy Flash Green Lantern movie would have been a good one to do.
Okay, as what I'm reading, there's 2 strikes against it right off the bat. Kathleen Kennedy is involved.
Hmm.
And the co-writer for Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is involved.
Well, I mean, Kathleen Kennedy has been the producer of some of the best movies ever made. But the problem is that she's been just the producer. She was the one that basically got, you know, she didn't do anything creative on those films. Whenever she tries to get creative is when she runs into problems.
Now, apparently, John Rhys Davies has expressed interest on being in it.
Oh, he's a good one.
No, Thomas, not the Titanic 2. Joseph says, Raiders of the Nursing Home. Mountain says, Indiana Jones, and Are Those My Pills? Robert asks, the name Enterprise continues in Star Trek through. Which one besides the NX-01 had a favorable retirement, though?
Well, the A, probably. It's the only one that we know of that got retired.
Yeah, it got turned into a museum.
Well, we don't know about that, but I mean, it just the last time we saw it was, you know, second star of the right and straight on until morning, and that was it. We make assumptions that it probably had a good, that, you know, that ship never was heard from again. We don't know what happened to the B. We know what happened to the C. We know what happened to the D. We know what happened to the original.
We still technically don't know what happened to the NX-01 either, because
right.
If they'd continued the storyline and everything else, it was supposed to get the refit, and at some point it probably would have been destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, and since all we have to go on is that awful holodeck program that Riker was using, you know, apparently, you know, that obviously is the evidence that says that the refit never happened. We, you know, so.
And I did not blow up Yosef. Kennedy is creative. She could get really creative balancing all those coffee orders. I don't know. I just don't have any faith in anything anymore. And Phil points out that the B could still partially be in the Nexus, since there was sections of it gone. We absolutely know that the third C got blown up. We absolutely know that the D got destroyed.
We don't really know the final fate of the E, but, you know.
I wish they'd make like a Enterprise movie. Give it a good, proper ending instead of a stupid hologram.
Yeah. I mean, that show ended 15 years ago. I'm shocked now when I see these actors and how much they've aged. You know, it's sad, all that missed opportunity. You know, I felt that way about Deep Space Nine too. It's like, oh, you know, now Rene Auberjonois is gone, and it's like, you know, they could have made another appearance. You know,
Could have.
I mean, Rene Auberjonois' son, Remy Auberjonois, could play Odo. He's an actor, and he's got enough of a facial resemblance to his dad that if he put the Odo makeup on, he could probably do a pretty decent facsimile of Odo. But you know, not having Aaron Eisenberg around anymore really sucks.
And Robert, to answer your question, that would be Sean Patrick Flannery.
Well, and the other thing, as far as the Odo thing, could also be explained for being in the link so long.
Mm-hmm, right? Yeah. Yeah. Because I mean, Odo himself changed quite a bit from you know, his face anyway, from the first appearance to the end of the show.
Right.
You can almost tell what season it is by looking at the makeup design.
Greetings live at the Love Shack. I don't know. I wouldn't want to see replacing people for characters.
Then they got to be written off. I mean, that's, you know.
Yeah.
They could just allude to certain ones that maybe they haven't come back there.
Yeah.
Odo doesn't want to leave the Great Link, and
yeah. You know, having another actor play Nog, I think is okay. I mean, you know.
I don't know. I just say Nog is a captain. He's off somewhere doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But see, then if they mention them, the fans are going to want to see that character. So I mean, you know, just have them on there, even if it's just as a cameo or something. You know, sometimes it works. You know, you look at what happened with Iron Man and you know, the Hulk. You know, they replaced 2 actors in each of those, and it worked out just fine. And over in Doctor Who, they've had a couple different actors play the first Doctor now. You know, it worked.
Well, I will say the second actor they had playing the first Doctor worked a lot better than the first one they had in the 5 Doctors.
Yeah. It was fine, though. I mean, that Bradley actor that played him the second time. I mean, obviously they picked him because he played William Hartnell in the Adventure in Space and Time movie, so he was a natural fit for it. But
and I totally agree with Mark Andy. Sean Pertwee should do the role of the 3rd Doctor if they ever wanted to bring him in.
Yeah.
Thomas, we're not ignoring you. I just didn't want to talk about Riker. Asked Troy if she ever been to the NX-01 at the museum. Because that was a stupid episode. And I want it stricken from all thought.
Yeah, there's been a couple different books that have invalidated it in several ways. They said that Riker was using a program based off of the official record, and that there was something else that happened, and it was covered up and stuff like that.
You know, if you read some of the books,
Yeah.
Trip never died. He was roped into working for Section 31 in the Vulcans to infiltrate Romulan.
Which is dumb, because that's kind of what Reed would have been doing. You know, if any Enterprise crew member is going to be working for them again, it would be him.
Well,
he already worked for them. But
the reasoning was because they were sending him into Romulan space to find out about some Romulan ships that were being built, and they wanted an engineer to go so he would know what he was looking at.
Yeah. I don't think it needed to be Section 31 either. It could have just been Starfleet Intelligence.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, but in the book, it was Section 31 working with a hidden organization in the Vulcan
yeah,
High Council.
yeah. There was another book where it was just something different happened. They faked his death for some other reason. Everybody, you know, it was a little bit cleaner.
Of course, T'Pol knew that he wasn't dead because
Yeah.
she had the psychic link to him.
Mm-hmm.
No, Mark, Trip's not hiding out with Epstein.
Well, I would agree with Live at the Love Shack.
Starfleet Intelligence is an oxymoron?
Yep.
Bert's really going to town now.
Yeah, I'm redoing a corner of the city. And once again, the population hasn't really changed despite knocking down a pretty big section of city. So let's see how I can get more people here. In fact, residential demand is even lower, I guess, because I took down a lot of commercial and office space. Okay. So let's see.
Hello, Nicole. Nicole wants a meteor strike.
See, oh, not right now. Okay, so we see where the noise is. So this here is our best bet for residential. And the rest will be, well, commercial makes its own noise. So let's do commercial first. Let's do commercial first and then see where we are. We'll do a big batch of commercial down here. We do have a subway station that's actually getting a lot of use for people crossing over the bridge over here.
Space
Come up
Kissinger is
and
in
use
here. And asked
Uh-huh.
Bert, did you do a soils and 5-year of ecological studies for this work?
Hell no.
And Live wants to impeach Bert.
We'll do another there. Now,
You can't impeach a dictator, Live.
what did I definitely took away some health care. Yeah, okay. Put a medical clinic
Bert's
back up
playing the game, therefore cheating.
over here. And also, let's see, police, I don't care about. Fire department. Yeah, I'm going to need another firehouse over here, too.
Nicole
Yeah.
says, no, you killed dictators.
Okay. Fire is good. Police, what's the deal with police? I mean, I don't understand how police is like saying the whole city, there's almost no policing in this entire city, but nobody's complaining of crime. I'll take it. I'm not even going to put down another police station. Screw it. Garbage. You got
Yes.
waste there.
Yes, Joseph, if you want to throw peaches at birds, you can. Just make sure they're not in a can.
Peaches for me.
Peaches for I knew that would get them going.
Yeah.
Thousands of peaches. Okay.
Phil says it's a Canadian city, no police needed.
Yeah, you got to be kidding me. They can't have news. Nothing ever happens in Canada. That's not true. Sometimes people's feelings get hurt. Yeah, and sometimes the lake freezes. What's that from?
I don't know.
That's from Anchorman 2 when they're about to have the big rumble in the park, and you had a Canadian news service shows up, and it's like, what are they doing here? They don't even have news in Canada. Jim Carrey.
It's been too long since I watched Anchorman 2.
They kept saying sorry after every insult.
Large background. So we'll put some residential.
Thomas said we need to keep Bird in power so I can get more tank armies. And Space Kissinger says, don't you just fry dictators?
It's not Kissinger. I've been mispronouncing his name. It's a space kissing her.
Kissing her?
Yeah. Apparently, I've been mispronouncing the name for 6 months. Maybe longer.
That's a shock.
Shockers.
It was right there in plain sight the whole time. Somebody just pointed out to me.
Nicole says, Civil War, terrible story. Terrible. Sorry, Bam Bam, please forgive me, Bam Bam. That would be a Canadian Civil War. Eat lead, Bird. Why do I hear it in Tweaky's voice though? Eat lead, sucker. Phil says, shit, I worked on that movie and I don't remember that.
That's something I'd like to talk to Phil about sometime. What all he's actually been in.
Well, he just put out a video a couple of days ago about some of the projects he's been in. Hello,
Yes.
Big Star. So you should go check it out because he also talks about his little part on the Orville.
Okay, let me get.
The Orville, never heard of it.
Yeah.
Some type of documentary about the first flight.
Something like that. But yeah, Phil's putting out little videos. I just don't bug him that much about all the work because everybody else is always asking him about this film. I just like him to come up and hang out with us. And Captain Trek had to run.
What's our sewage? What's our sewage? I wonder if I could turn this off without it affecting anything. Oof. That's just on the edge of sewage treatment. If I turn this baby back on, how much is this a week? $7.20 a week. How much was the other one? $8.40. Oh, I'd rather pay for this. For $140 a week. Hell yeah, that's a lot.
Hey, folks, Phil released a video yesterday too, but nobody watched it. So you should really go over and.
Who released the video?
Phil.
Jedi Bill?
No, Phil. Philip.
Oh, Phil. Phil up.
Phil. another episode of some of the stories he's worked as an actor. So I'm going to put the link down to his YouTube channel, and people, you should go watch something. Go watch his videos, folks. I think Darren should go watch it just for this quick screenshot of what is part of Phil's Background Actor Stories episode 2.
Oh.
There's a big Navy ship there.
Oh, yeah. Big guns.
I'm not going to play all of it because people need to go watch Phil's videos, but yeah. So come on, folks. Let's help out the community. Hello, Cinnabon.
Hey, Cinnabon.
You know, actually, I was kind of thinking over this morning, I might try to do a second specialty show after I get done with the farm work this fall.
Sweet.
I'm thinking about trying to do something where once a week I do like a little hour interview or so with another YouTuber to help them try to promote their stuff. But I really don't want to get started on it right at this moment, since within a couple of weeks I'll be out in the fields every day.
In the fields.
Yeah, it's almost picking time.
Picking what?
Corn and soybeans.
Uh,
So I'll be out in the tractor for at least 12 hours a day driving around.
oh, that sucks.
It's not too bad. Tractor's got air conditioning,
Yeah, and
Nice
a radio.
nice stereo system in it.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep driving back and forth at 3 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Sounds like something a robot could probably do.
Probably, but let's not take my job away yet.
You should be out there with an ox-driven plow,
No.
you know, dragging that thing through the dirt and planting them by hand, and then picking them by hand too.
Yeah, if Star Trek taught me anything, it's that manual labor makes people happy.
Yeah.
No. Don't need an ox-driven plow or nothing like that. No. All right, let's see what Thomas has thrown up. Thomas has thrown up a beautiful picture, and so I will share it.
Oh, jeez.
Thomas threw it up.
Oh yeah, very nice.
And here comes a not so innocent sandwich wench.
Nah, check the name.
No, I checked the name.
Innocent of wrongdoing. Just don't check Admiral Doom's stream. How you doing?
We're here.
Hello, Rosetta.
Hi, Bird.
There we go. That fits better. Yes, I am a wanker, I guess. Tiki says, I recommend.
It's just.
Well, Well, I do have to take off. I got somewhere to be here shortly, so I will see you guys later.
All right.
Take care, Darren.
For
Yep,
stopping
yep.
by this morning.
Thanks.
Oh.
There's one we can agree on.
Artists for hire. Okay. That works. Nicole says we're all mental. Well, that's nothing new around here, Nicole. We are mental. And yes, Elihu had a good 24-hour stream for his birthday. He's another year older. Bird's still building. Oh, so what are you up to today, Rosetta?
Gonna be heading into the mountains in just a little bit here for a little while and get cover printed for Boss's book that I'm helping colorize. And try to keep her out of my mom's yarn while she crochets.
Fun.
That part was fun.
Just don't fall off the mountain.
I don't fall off mountains. Now there's tempted to push some people off.
Well, that's why I'm never going into a mountain range with you.
You're not one of the people I'm tempted to push off. No, those... I'll plead the fifth on those people.
Aha. I could guess probably a couple of them.
Possibly. Possibly.
It's not me, though, for once.
Nope, not you. For once in your life, you're innocent.
That's scary, too.
That's really scary.
Usually I'm not innocent.
What do I have to do to get this thing to save and work?
Hit the save button.
No. Crap.
Elihu's off to make French toast. Son of a bitch.
Let's see if we can replace 2 one-way toll booths with 1 two-way toll booth.
He wants it 2 ways. What?
Ah, damn it. I don't think we can.
Space Kissing Her says, don't. Hello, world. Hello, world. Hello, world. Hello, world. In the mountains. See, I can't even use my robot voice or nothing today because all that's broken.
I don't know what to tell you.
Come on, out of city limits. It's bullshit.
I'm sorry. Phil asks, toll booths, what are you making, San Francisco?
I have you know that toll booths are an intricate part of New York City as well.
And Nicole says, or Jersey. Space Kissing Her says, everyone is just an imaginary copy of Bird. Oh, that's frightening.
No.
Especially if somebody dreamt us up. Who would be dreaming us up as imaginary copies? Scary. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure something out here. This is a pain in
I've
the
tried to
arse.
figure things out and my mind's just shot.
Pain in the freaking arse. Not you. This time.
NB Geek comes in and says, what's going on? Oh, squirrel. Squirrel. That's right, squirrels. Phil avoids all toros and boots wherever possible. So do I. Especially here in Illinois, because they steal enough of our money. They don't need the damn toll booths. They're just stealing more. Bastards. I've come up with another crazy idea, folks, too. I think in November,
Uh-oh.
I'm going to do a live stream during the elections and do random odd takes of what's going on and just make fun of the whole damn thing all the way around.
If I thought there was any chance we were going to know who the president would be sometime on the night of the election, I would stay up.
I know,
But
we have no idea.
we already know it's not going to happen.
Oh, Alexander is in the house. Alexander is here. It's been a while, Alexander. People have been asking about you. Haven't seen you around much.
Alexander. Well, we know he can't stream from work, so I know he wouldn't be around too often.
Unfortunately, Alexander can't stream from work, but
SuperChat says stream anyway.
and of course we got to say hi to Mama Prey now that I know she's
Passing through.
She was passing through.
On my way to do Charlie's laundry.
Charlie's Laundry.
Yes, I ordered. He grew so much, he needed the next size in clothes. We're up to 6 to 9 months in size.
Damn.
Yeah, he's 2 months old.
He is growing like a weed.
He is. So, I, of course, have to wash everything before he wears it. And there's a possibility they'll be here tomorrow. So I'm on my way to do it now. Have fun, guys.
Just don't overdo it, Mom.
I won't. Don't worry. Don't worry.
So we go back here, and no, I don't like funding Chicago. I wish we could get rid of Chicago out of the state of Illinois. Hello, not Ryan Johnson. Then we got Trump. We got laughter. We got uh-oh. We got stay up for the riots. We've got Tiki going all kinds of wild. Thomas says, oh my God, I got an email. My Chase card was hacked even though I never had one. I know. I hate when that happens, Thomas. I hate when I get phone calls for extended warranty on my vehicle. And then you push the buttons and go to them, and then they ask you what your vehicle is. And then you just look at them and say, well, how would I know? You're the one that said I needed it You should know what it is. Then they get mad and hang up. Tiki says, joke, or am I? Not Ryan Johnson says he thought Momo finally got to Alexander. No, Nicole, I don't want to go to Cali. Nope, I'll avoid Cali. Joseph thinks Bernie will win. Alexander is exhausted by the job when I came home. He did 55 hours at the butchery and 24 hours in the parking lot last week. He is keeping busy. No wonder we don't see him. Not Ryan Johnson says Thomas Potts, he must have been hacked. Must be a Krogan. Philip says maybe he'll win a role in the movie Weekend at Bernie's 3. I was so sad that they never made a Weekend at Bernie's 3. I'm reading this next comment from Thomas so he doesn't think I'm ignoring him. Apparently a bank card I don't have. Space Kissinger. If Trump wins, the cities will burn. If he loses, the cities will burn. Prefer first option. Of course, Joseph's smiling. Then we got Thomas Potts. I keep getting calls about extended warranties on my work and personal cell phones. Yep. Thomas said no, Alexander did the Momo challenge and lived. And why do we have so many spam callers? Well, that's because people from India keep calling us. And I'm caught up with the chat.
And what else do you notice?
I noticed that you're lying again, trying to say you're a pure angel. But I was just letting that slide.
It's not a lie.
You are not a pure angel. Not after last night's beginning of the stream. And if anybody want to know, just go check out the Attention Span Theater, and you will see lots of juggling. You will know that being a pure angel is not correct. I don't know, Alexander. Son of a bitch. There. Quit losing it, damn it. Greater Korea. Well, you know, there are the rumors that little fat boy is in a coma now and his sister's taking over. At least that was what was trending on Twitter yesterday. Not Ryan Johnson says, it's always nice to have people on a panel and no fights breaking out. Well, yeah, we try not to fight. Even though me and Rosetta do kind of fight off and on for fun of it. Resolute says, we see a lot of juggling every time Rosetta is on. Not as much as last night, Resolute.
I'm a sweet, innocent angel. And by the way, Resolute, don't tease me considering I beat you in the freaking quiz game the other day.
And Yosef is saying, haha, I'm calling people in India.
I'm calling it absolute injustice of power for Alexander to have a wrench, and I don't. Especially considering this is the home of Momo.
Momo in a tux.
Injustice.
Feels like you want some panel fights? I'll join. We're kind of enjoying having a stream where there's no big fights going on.
Resolute, I was freaking on antihistamines and muscle relaxers. What's your point?
No, Momo didn't steal my place, Alexander. Uh-oh. Woman, you need a bread knife, not a wrench. Ooh. That there's fighting words, Space Kissing her. You're going to get in trouble. Look.
Hey!
That's the greatest moment in the story. And when I'm come back, this is the way with all the villains in the comics. I mean, they always come back and be, oh, he's gone. He's not coming back. No,
Yeah, you know, it's like a bad STD. You can't get rid of it.
Alexander's doing them looks again.
Alexander,
Why do I have
your
a
real
feeling he
fan
does that
is
look
still
while
there.
looking through?
Ben is there.
I was
Ben
gonna
is
say he does. Guys, I was gonna say he does that look while he's peeping through windows at girls changing.
there. Look at that.
Hey, look, my biggest fan is back.
The fan is there. Is very glad about everything. I mean, he's always happy, positive, and you know, he's a big fan. In his heart.
Rosetta, how can you tell if a guy looks like somebody who's going to peek through the window?
Because she's seen plenty of them peeking through the
Alexander, do that
window over the years.
face again. Alexander, do that face again. Right there. You see the little glint in the eyes? That's the how. It's not the expression. It's the glint in the eyes.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I withdraw my request or whatever, my objection.
Oh, there we go, Jiggles.
Hey.
She just can't help herself, folks.
I'm laughing at a sports bra. Things move.
And then we got Alexander going, woo!
Woo! Hey, yes, today I have a day off in the day because in the night I will work in the parking again. But last week I worked like 6 days to the grocery, and the week before I worked 7 days in the grocery. I did 60 hours. And it was completely insane because first we got a guy that old man, he got the zona. After that, we got a guy that they asked to him to change his like his week off. He said no, and I understand because he changed it for 3 times in the summer. So we had no people to work, and we also have agencies that send us like we named that SOS. That's like a butcher that are coming to support us, but the 8-hour store. So each time they got on the schedule, they just don't show up. Like yesterday, I was with the guy with the zona that was just coming back after 3 months, and he was really, I mean, not in shape, 100% to shape to work. We were supposed to be 4. We were 3 on the schedule. One of them was a SOS. He didn't came. So at 2, we have been forced to do the job for 4. And we have a big like discount on grind meat. And it's like completely insane, like $6 Canadian for 1 kilogram. This is like something like $3 a pound. And I mean, we sold for 300 kilograms, so something like 600 pounds of ground meat that I was being forced to ground all the day when nothing was going on. But it was completely insane. So I've been tired for weeks.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, I was sleeping 12 hours.
we've got a super chat in, folks. It says Alexander's fan. We've got a super chat in from Alexander's fan for $1, and it says, "Save me."
A fan, you want to be saved about Momo the Challenger because Momo the Challenger has been seen behind him many times, and he doesn't want to do the Momo challenge, but he knows, the fan knows that often Momo steals the place, kidnaps people like you, DJ. We have been often kidnapped by Momo. Now, right now we are there. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I'm really glad to see that you are there. But it happened often that Momo the challengers steal your place. Yes, it's good to have a mask of Momo for you because at this point, his allies, when they are going in front of your house, can believe that this is Momo and you didn't free yourself, so you can act as Momo in that case. But obviously we know that you live under the terror of Momo the Challenger, and you as one of your big fan, the fan doesn't want to see you live under terror. He wants that you are free. So in that case, the fan is really, and also as Momo came here, so he left your house, came here. I mean, I know how to fight him, no problem. But the fan's still worried for you.
Well, let's say hi to Philip because Philip's up here now.
So, guys, how's everything going?
We're doing good, Phil. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I was going to comment that video that you put up is from Conqueror's Bad Fur Day Live and Reloaded for the Xbox.
Awesome.
Where'd you get it? Did you play the game or?
No, somebody sent it to me.
That someone watch a little bit the trailers from the DC fandom, because I was like, I'm crazy about the Snyder Cut, and I saw the trailer from the Batman, and I said, fuck, I mean, the theaters need to open right now. I mean, that's crazy. The Batman look amazing. Wonder Woman 1984, I want to see that for months. And at least on HBO will get the Snyder Cut. And from the beginning, I want the Snyder Cut because I'm from that people that like Man of Steel. I liked Batman versus Superman, and I didn't understood why DC Justice League was like that, because I don't follow all the stuff behind. I didn't at this time. I didn't follow all the stuff. Who is the producer or is that? Only I know who was Ben Affleck. I learned to know who is Gal Gadot. but I know I didn't know anything, so I followed. And when I got on the Snyder Cut stuff, and I know what happened, I understood that they tried to make DC Marvel with this completely disgusting. So now we got the Snyder Cut. I hope it will fix the stuff, but. I mean, that's a huge victory to see that Warner Brothers, that one of the worst to destroy great franchise. I mean, they destroyed the Tim Burton Batman to do a shitty stuff, which was Nader and Jim Carrey and all that stuff. So now, I mean, if we can fix that forever with the Snyder Cut, I will be really glad about it. But what are you thinking about that, guys? What are you thinking about that? I want your opinion. Speak. Speak. Nobody's speaking.
I know my brain is fried.
What is fried? What I just said was full of sense.
Well, we'll let Phil talk because Phil was about ready to answer that one.
Yeah, they've been talking about these Snyder Cuts for forever.
Yes. Phil? Phil?
I don't know when they keep saying that it's going to come out, but I don't know when.
The Snyder Cut is coming in 2021. They didn't give the months already. I think they want to be sure to have everything fixed because, with the coronavirus, everything can change. So right now they are able to produce some stuff. But
are they doing both movies, by the way? The Batman vs Superman and Justice League?
In fact, the way it is, look, they did Batman vs Superman and Justice League. They did a lot of stuff at the same time. Batman vs Superman had been finished and they have been sent to the theaters. But Justice League had a lot of work to do again. I mean, it was not finished. So they filmed a lot of stuff, but it was not finished. So they have to do the montage, to fix the stuff, the music, all again. And it was like as when there was some scene that has not been done. So when the new producer, I don't know who it is, I don't give a fuck, arrived, I said. The Warner Brothers said the movie's too long. So they tried to reduce it, and they tried to change a lot of stuff, and finally we got the shit we have. But the Snyder is not glad with what he have. He want to add some other stuff. You have to make the movie all together, because they are like a Snyder cut, but there are a lot of places where there are new music. There are a lot of places where there are no sound effect. So this is not the completely finished stuff. And there was scene that he wanted, because when you have all your stuff and you do the last montage, sometimes you say, okay, maybe I need to redo that stuff. They didn't have the chance to do that, so they bring back Ben Affleck and Loft and a very big lot of actors to remake some scene to really fix it. Well, I think they are in that way. But the problem is that if, example, you are in a situation where you finish your montage and you have like 95% done, and because of the coronavirus, you have a new shutdown, anything can happen. So I think this is safe for them to just don't give the money. That's just the and this is a good way to tease it, because anyway, look, they tease the people a lot with that stuff when they start to come back to this Snyder Cut. So it's part maybe of the marketing strategy, because people are really excited. They are waiting for it. I mean, really much. Hey, they didn't have a huge movie for months, by the way. Everything have been postponed. But I'm really excited for the Snyder Cut. I want to see that. I think I will register it. I will try to register it to HBO Live just for that, just to watch it, because I'm not on any streaming. I'm not on any streaming platform except the KHL website for the hockey game there. That's the only way. That's the only platform where I'm recording, streaming platform where I record, where I registered.
Yeah, I'm not into streaming stuff, but if it comes out on Blu-ray, I'll probably get it. I have like the Superman Blu-ray box set of the first the first 4 movies. Batman Returns. I have Man on Steel on Blu-ray, but I don't have the last 2 movies. So I'll get those once the Snyder cuts come out.
Yes, I was so excited about. I was in Russia when the movie Justice League had been in theater, and I wanted to go see it. But unfortunately, when it was in the theater in Russia, I got like so many contracts of journalism. I had nothing. I was starving for months, and after that, everybody started to come here. Like I got Barstool Sport arrived. I got Barstool Sport and RDS about the football cup and some article. So I was trying to find in any way as possible a moment to go to the cinema and watch Justice League in Russia, because the movie was in Russian there, but it doesn't matter for me. And it never happened. So I didn't see it in theater. It was one of the movies I wanted to see in theater. I'm not often in theater, but this is one of them. So I just saw Justice League when I came back from Russia in the plane. And I had like 10 hours in the plane to come back home. So it was because we're living from Moscow. Go to I was with Royal Air Morocco at this time. No, I was with Turkish Airlines. And with Turkish Airlines, you go to you do 3 hours to go in Turkey, and after that, you live from Turkey and go to Montreal. So it's 10 hours of flight. So I watched. I mean, it was a hard flight of disillusion. I mean, I watched The Last Jedi and Justice League in a row, and I finished with Black Panther. Black Panther was good, but the 2 first movie, it was not easy. It was not easy, right? I was so like, I saw The Last Jedi, say, okay, I'll watch Justice League at least. And it got. Oh no! I watched Justice League. I was disappointed, and after that, I said, "Okay, I will watch the new Star Wars." So I watched The Last Jedi. It was my fucking. Okay, let's watch Black Panther. We'll try to get something better. I was glad about Black Panther. Okay, so we have Chewbacca now.
Oh wow.
Welcome, Chewbacca, to the panel.
Why does everybody go with the Chewbacca reference? I put the Cousin It reference. I put the glasses on. Come on.
But
Let's go back to the monsters.
Chewbacca is old, so he can his sight is not that well now. So that's obviously normal that you have glasses now. Maybe we'll have a cane in the 10 years.
Well, and I'll possibly, considering I just bought my dad his first cane.
Okay.
What was that? What was that, young lady?
What was that?
No, that was about him.
No, she did this. I was like, what?
That was about Alexander running his mouth while I was gone.
I was speaking about a subject that looked really interesting for all the others. So,
okay, I'm really confused here. Is his name Alexander or Alexandre?
Alexandre. This is in French.
Okay. Well, I'm asking because honestly, my son's name is Alexander, but obviously it's not spelled the same way. I noticed the R and the E were separate, so I assume maybe it was.
Well, check the spellings very well.
D-R.
Now, my son's name is Alexander. So that's why I was asking: is it Alexander or Alexandre?
No, I'm first. The way to pronounce it in French, that don't pronounce the E in a way, because Alexandre, it's more like Spanish or something like that. The Hispanic have Alexandro. This is a name that is from Greece and have been spread all over the world. In Russia, I had the same problem. People was naming me Alexander because they are Alexander, as Alexander Ovechkin and Alexander stuff. But they have nickname there. A lot of nickname for Alexander in Russia, like Sasha, Shurik, many of them. So people was naming me Sasha, and I'm really fine with it. But in the United States, this is more, people are saying more Alex. But if you want to pronounce it completely, and you say Alexander, so you kind of like ignored the E. So you say Alexander, and you just do the R alone.
Alexander.
Yes, close to that. But the R need to be down. The R need to be really smallly audible.
Say it again for me, please.
Alexander.
Alexander.
Alexandra.
Alexander.
No. Alexandra is a feminine
AOC.
version of it.
Alexander, this is with a hey. Alexandra, this is with a hey. Alexander, this is just DR. So you merge the A and D, and you say the R really close to not audible. Alexander. That's the good way to do it, because the last E at the end generally in French is not pronounced.
Fuck it, I'm just calling you Alex.
I don't care. I mean,
well, hey DJ. Now, I will say this: there's a reason why I like to pronounce names properly, because I like to be a little respectful. But when you say Alex, if he's cool with Alex, that's fine. My son's name is Alexander, and when anybody calls him Alex, I'm like, no, not even. I started to learn to put in parentheses after I put his name out there. I'd say his nickname is AJ. Because they would come out and call him Alex, and I'm like, nobody calls my son Alex. I actually hate that when people call him that.
My parents do the same. My mother think the same. She said, Alex, this is an Anglo-Saxon diminutive. This is not your name. But this is the reason why I accept that from Anglo-Saxon. I don't tolerate it with people are French speaking, because I have no problem to accept from an Anglophone to name me Alex. I have no problem from someone that is Russian speaking to name me Sasha. But damn, if you are speaking French, if French is your first name, I mean, you name me in French. So fine. The problem is with that. If you didn't change your name, so I recognize you because you didn't change your name.
And I'm gonna try and say it as properly as I can. Alexander,
but the air really compressed.
Alexander.
Yes, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Oh, that's Momo Challenger. That's total place from Momo.
Well, sir, the reason why I'm a very big person of names. By the way, DJ, love that picture I saw of you today in The Greatest American Hero. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm not wearing it right now, but
No, but it was awesome. You look like you're wearing a suit and tie.
yeah, today it's the tux, but yes, I do.
But what I was saying to Mr. Alexander is I understand accents and stuff because my mother, her name is in the American translation is Teresa, but that's not actually how her name is pronounced. It's pronounced in the Italian pronunciation, which is, and you have to learn to roll your tongue to do this. And I've only been able to do it for this one word because I study Spanish and I can't say rojo worth of shit.
Oh.
So my mom's name is actually referred to as Teresa.
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 Yes.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Um,
You're not supposed to be here, you Momo the Challenger. Get out of here.
it's like the opposite of my problem. My mom can't even pronounce my name.
Momo. There is no Momo. Momo the Challenger.
I know.
Momo.
I know who this
I
one
was
is.
up there for so much. I know that you try to sell your Momo Challenge to people, but make them understand something. I keep on you do that Momo Challenger. Never. People will you. Oh no. No, I know your strategy. You see, you know Momo, and you are just there. Disgusting, not human.
Calm down, Alexander. Calm down.
Momo, just Mama. Momo, get over here.
Look at my name and follow my directions. Follow my directions. Obey me.
Sir, would it make sense if I say it faster? To make sure so I don't. Would it sound better if I say Alexandre?
Yes, that's fine. No problem.
Okay, Alexandre.
Momo wants
I'm trying to figure out how to, flip that E.
You're trying to find a way to get Momo the Challenger out of here. That's fine. Better than that.
Do what I say.
Alexander, Momo loves a fan. Momo the Challenger, you are a disgusting being because you are not a human being. You are a piece of shit. And you try to bring people to die in your damn challenge. I'm not going to let you bring...
Here's what I got to say to the whole Momo thing. I was with a woman in an abusive, violent relationship for 11 years. YouTube ain't got shit on my ass.
Huh?
You're not gonna mute me if I...
Dude, I wish I looked that good, Bolt.
I'm not gonna... Mute me!
Well, you heard him. He said mute me.
That was awesome timing.
Momo the Challenger! Get out of it! I'm not...
No more yelling. You're hurting me with my headphones on.
Hey, DJ, what did you understand this term that the space Knisser was asking about? Because honestly, I have no idea what this means. But I don't know much about Canada, so.
Momo is in love. Momo is a deadly challenge.
America's
Love me. Text to me.
I'm not gonna do the Momo challenge. Nobody will do it. And it's in the time. That's how we'll live.
Love me.
Look at that. Bird ran off.
Get over here.
I am sorry. Bird is sweet. Alexander needs to text me.
I'm texting you. I said to you, get over here. I said to you, You people will not die for you. No.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna go, guys.
Hombres.
I don't
Bye
know.
bye.
Hombres locos, sorry. One way to put it.
Hey, look, it's Alexandra.
Hey, how are you?
Where you been,
Dude, I
dude?
love that hair.
I was exhausted after the job. I did so much. I know that was you. I know I did so much. I worked so much when I came to home. I wanted to sleep as much as possible.
Squirrel.
Eh?
Squirrel.
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 Oh, conference call.
I have to go though, guys. I got a lot to do.
Okay,
Alright.
before you go, I gotta say something here. I said this in the chat. I don't think anybody caught it. There is something about a chick in a wife beater that is just fucking hot.
Ned Flanders calls them wife blessers.
Hey,
There is something very sexy about that.
It's Sturgis. I was buying leftover rally clothes, so it's biker stuff.
Nah, yeah, well, it's also called a wife beater.
Any of the comments from any of the people in this stream do not reflect on me. No.
No, they don't. And trust me, if I
I'm
get
being
too
good.
bad, he'll kick my
I'm being
ass
good.
off any day of the week.
I'm
twice
being
on
good,
Sunday.
folks. I'm being good.
I'm trying to be good. That's why I'm just sitting here in a very normal shirt and a sports bra, actually trying to behave.
I'm never good.
No, because you just told us what kind of bra you had. No woman who behaves tells me what type of bra they have. Ever.
No.
I got no
I don't
bra.
even know the type of bras my wife has.
I don't
The
even have
lack
a
of
bra.
behavior
Come on.
comes when they start telling you how they don't have a bra.
I can tell when a woman doesn't have a bra. It's kind of sticks out.
Actually,
Really
depends
good.
on how old they are if they stick out anymore without a bra. I mean,
Hey, you know what? I'm a crazy kind of guy. Yes, that's the picture I was talking about. That is so awesome.
Believe it or not, it's just Deej.
So you were the successor.
Yep, I was, and I lost the damn instruction booklet.
I must
Dude,
go though. Stay out of trouble, guys.
it's somewhere in the desert by a little rock, okay?
Bye.
Take care, Rosetta.
Remember, you shrunk, but put it down by a little
Remember,
rock.
Alexander, obey Momo.
Yeah, bye.
No, actually,
You still owe me a wrist game.
actually,
Yeah,
I lie to you.
I play the risk because when I was coming exhausted at home, I was watching. Often I was watching if they are like someone streaming on something that, except maybe the LDG I like is streaming 24 hours a day. So I was watching and I was going his stream. It was just helping people. So I was going to play games of risk against unknown people. But on the fact that I'm ready to play it, that's not a problem. We can play it from the job. We can fix.
I want to play a game.
Yes, when I'm at the job, the fact is, it's not that I can't stream, but I cannot stream with the camera open. This is more that. This is really. So if I could stream like that, like if I'm on live like that, there's no problem. But because they are a piece of shit that took one of my video when I was in the job, and he sent it to the company, so the company transferred it to the president of our section. And like he watched a little bit the video, he saw that nothing was wrong there, but he said, if the person that decided to send it to the company obviously wanted to do problems, we don't know what kind of problems. Obviously, the problem that person wanted to create is that make me in trouble with my job, push me to be fired or to be suspended, and I don't know what it is.
Oh, you don't need a job, man. Your fan will help you out.
But what didn't happen?
You'd all be so jealous if you knew how much I make for sitting on my ass doing nothing.
You need to find a name.
But
Get the name.
My name?
The name of who turned you in.
Yeah, who?
I don't know. I have no idea. But the fact is that I know this is someone from this is someone that don't like me and the people watching the videos, because the videos didn't went viral in any way. So it was like a kind of it was a video that like the majority of my stream, there was like maybe 15, maybe 10 viewers, not nothing more.
So
So
people who like to go to Hooters.
yes, I don't know, man. Someone.
Hooters, the
Oh,
Hooters
Hooters.
competition.
This is not.
TGI Fridays.
By the way, this is not forcibly someone watching my videos. This means someone that saw me in a
Maybe somebody you beat in Risk.
Well, he hasn't beat me in Risk yet.
maybe someone that I end on a daily basis because it's a piece of shit. Maybe this is that also, or a far right militant that want to mute me. They are. We know that they are a little lynch mob like that, acting like that, and this is not their first time. They try to pretend that I wanted to push people to explode by doing a DIY hand sanitizer. They pretend that I disrespect SisOPrey. They all of idiotic stuff. They try to push me in problem, and now I mean this is only like lower again. And a lower attempt of that stuff. But I didn't get any problem with my boss. But my boss said, just don't put the camera, because if they want to do problem, we don't know what they want to do. So don't take any risk. So I said, fine. And he said it would be better the videos on your channel when you are with the uniform of the companies. We better to erase them. But it was just live stream. So I erased them. I don't give a damn. So because when the live is finished, this is finished. I mean, they are nothing. It's not too much important. So I said my boss, no problem. But anyway, they trust me on their side. I mean, on the two side, my bosses trust me because I'm always there. I always show up in time. I do the job. I never give up. Even when if you are a problem, I do a lot of hours. If we need to do overtime, I'm there. So the question is that to send that video was really like, this is where really low. The intention was really low, but it was harmless for me because in fact, it's so impossible at this time in that situation, and I got fired from both of my jobs. That by trying that, they was trying to do the impossible, and the fact that the company was afraid that that person wanted to do problem to the company. They never thought that that person wanted to do problem to me. But it was the fact. They want to do problem to me with that. Because that's completely idiotic. But, I mean, this is the low where we are. There are people that don't like what I'm saying on panels. Okay? They don't like the fact that I have an ideology different than them. So they try to make me fires from my job. This is where low we are. And if the person is in the chat, in the panel, on if that person received, if they still add a question about who is the piece of shit between me and you,
it's Momo.
That's not me. That's it.
It's Momo.
No, Momo's love.
Momo is.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, Alexander, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm fortunate I don't have a job right now, but I get paid for my retirement and my disability because, well, I'm fortunate in that aspect. But trust, if my burning of a Black Lives Matter flag on my Twitter page was any indication, I would have definitely have lost my job because somebody would have figured out who I was. I mean, I'm not exactly, I kind of stand out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were people saying shave your face and buzz your hair off so nobody knows you. I was like, fuck you. I did it for a reason. I knew the consequences that may come from what I did, and I accepted them. And you know what? I'm still freaking happy about what I did because I don't, and I'm gonna end it on this and leave it there. I don't support anything that deals with Marxism, fascism, communism, imperialism. I mean, go through the whole fucking gambit. But I did my research, I did my looks, and I've seen what goes on in America right now, and I was like, no, you know what? You're gonna burn my flag for my country? Okay, fine. I'm gonna burn your organization flag. I mean, I'm not the first guy to do it. For any organization, I've seen NRA flags get burned. I've seen Trump flags get burned. I've seen American flags. But yet everybody got so pissed at me, and then I just kept going back. People kept taking little screenshots of my
If
ass.
I can say something, I can say something. I saw also on the streets. I think it was like, I don't remember the city, but I saw like Bibles being burned and all that stuff.
Yeah, I saw that same shit too.
Okay,
And
for
that was
all
the
that I
comment I
know,
made on Twitter. I said, "Don't get pissed."
for
I
all that
said,
I
"If you're
know of,
excited about this, when I
for all that I
about
know
to do."
about Marxist organization and even a lot of anarchist organization that are implicated, or simply citizens are in Black Lives Matter and all that stuff. The question to burn American flags when you are in the United States, when you are an American citizen. I mean, if you are in a country invaded by the United States, I can understand. But as an American, burning Bibles and burning American flags are not in the way of thinking of Black Lives Matters or Marxists and all that stuff, because that's completely pointless. That's completely useless. That's not political stand up that have any interesting meaning.
And let's go
Uh,
ahead
it's only provocative. This only provocation toward. I mean, I'm a hardliner Marxist, and I will never burn a Bible in my life for one.
Just look.
I don't buy
What
for a
is
second.
it?
I don't buy
It's
you're a
just a book.
Marxist.
Yeah,
I've met more than my fair share of Marxists. You are not a Marxist.
no, that's not a Marxist. Maybe this is the other people that are not. I will say something. In the Bible, it's completely pointless, idiotic. This is disrespectful for the believers that have nothing to do with what the Marxist is targeting. When a Marxist is in confrontation with religious stuff, or extremists like ISIS, for example. Marxists fought ISIS, or this is because the religious, the religious leaders are so linked to an oppressive states. They are part of the power. That's the only one interesting. And the Bible isn't linked to that. The Bible is the religious book of all believers in Christianity. And you don't have to target and attack the entire believers because, example, you are disgusted by the way that the Vatican act, or by the way that some extremist groups, like what can happen in Lebanon in the 80s, massacre civilians. It's completely idiotic. That's nothing to do
Alexander,
with
when somebody burns something, that means they're in protest of what the symbol stands behind. If somebody burns a Bible, they're in opposition to protest of the religious organization. If somebody burns the American flag, they're in protest and opposition of whatever that represents.
Mm-hmm.
It's not representing the whole entire organization. It's just a certain aspect of that. Like when NB burned the BLM flag, he was protesting that part of the organization. That little message right there. When people burn the American flag, they're not protesting the American democracy. They're protesting what is going on with this right now.
Yes, but at some point, yes. But I just want to say that if you are like the mess that the war in Iraq created, I can understand that Iraqis there they associate the American flag with the invasion. On a strategic point of view, if some people consider that they are already oppressed, a Native American example, they consider them as being occupied by the federal states. I can understand.
Well, I understand what you said.
Well, these kind of conversations usually get everybody Twitter-pated. Everybody's fired up. We're the nerd community. We shouldn't be getting into all this. We should be finding things to rally around.
Yes.
Hey, how about the Cerritos?
But we are speaking in a civilized way right now.
We are, yes, but YouTube doesn't like these kind of talks either.
I don't understand. I understand. But,
Okay, how about this? Cerritos for the enterprise.
But But if I want to say to Andy Cusinetto and all that stuff, I just want to say that, just finish with that. There are a lot of people different. They are Marxist or anything. And at the end of the day, there's obviously the fact that they are no better than fascists. And at first stop, they are the Stalinists. And I will not explain all what is different between a communist and a Stalinist or Marxist and all that stuff. We'll not take all that time from the stream of DJ about it. But
See, this is actually what you should do, Alexander, is make a video of your own and explain all the differences.
Exactly. Democracy, yeah. What's your cultural interpretation of different cultures? Like, this is my bringing up. This is what I've been experiencing with Marxism. This is what I've noticed with communism. This is what I've seen people do react to democracy. Yeah, you should make a video about that, man. Your personal perspective from a non-American.
It's just for say, I think that the people, if you burn a Black Lives Matter flag to answer to a piece of shit wanted just to provoke by burning like a Bible or even the American flag in a context where this is harmful for what you want to say, you just play the game of people wanting to divide, because there are people that win to push Black Lives Matters. Regular supporter to a lot of people, white people that don't really understand the movement, and you need to bring that people to speak together to find their common interest. But actually, is it the states or is it far right militant? They want to make breed and make the cleavage so hard that nobody will speak together.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. This is where we'll never see eye to eye, because you blame everything on the far right, whereas a lot of us see all the problems coming from the far left. They always want to shut down the conversations, always want to cancel everybody that can't handle anything but their own facts that they see. And most of the time, their facts is not real. This is why these conversations don't work here.
The difference is, DJ, I will say that there are part of the far left that are exactly what like you say. But the problem with that's just a vocabulary question. It's just a question of word. That are in the far left, we don't name that people far left. We name that leftist.
Let me give you a little example of something here in America, okay?
The leftist.
Alexander. Okay, take this. If somebody burns an American flag, the far left says, "Oh, that's wrong." The far right says, "Hey, this is our democratic right to do this." If somebody burns an American flag as a T-shirt, it's totally flipped.
Okay, but I want John to say, the people about who you are speaking, DJ, are not the far left. They are what we name leftists. And even Lenin himself bashed and spit on the leftists. He even wrote books that have been spread worldwide, naming the leftists as a sickness. You know?
Yeah, but see, I'm super old school. I'm super old school. The only time an American flag should ever be burnt is when it's given a proper burial for an old, worn-out flag. That is the only time an American flag should ever be burnt.
But DJ, if you are another country and you saw the military arrive and any other states, okay, United States or another one arrive, and it create chaos for decades where you are living. Member of the people are dying in your society. I mean, everything is crumbling because you got an army invading you. I mean, you'll see the flag of that state as a symbol of your pain and the chaos that has been created, and it's the reaction you'll have. I don't say that this is the best reaction. I'll say that this is a reaction that is more constructive, but productive. But this is the reaction you'll have, and that's the way that we need to understand it. In Iraq, the invasion of Iraq in 2003 is the root of what's going on right now. Still there with ISIS and all that stuff.
Yeah, America should never have gone to Iraq because Iraq is the #1 history museum in the world.
MB has something to say.
No, sorry, I didn't want to yell over anybody. I just kind of want to say a few things because I got back. I didn't know if anybody caught my finger spelling. I said
Yeah,
BRB.
I don't understand the AXL. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, everybody's fine. But I heard what it came back into, and there's a couple of things that because I'm a big civics guy, I'm a big American civics, I'm a big American history guy, and I mean I'm teaching both the good and the bad. For example, I'll tell you tomorrow, and I don't know who in here knows this name, and I'm going to be honest. It just you don't if you don't know it, it's understandable, but Americans should know it. Do you guys know the Dred Scott decision?
Yep.
The
DJ,
what?
you know?
We were taught that in school.
I was not taught Dred Scott in school.
Who is Dred Scott?
Sir, how do you say your first name?
Eli
Your first name.
Okay, Elihu. Elihu. If I say it wrong, you can correct me. I've been doing that with Alexander. So I'm trying to. I try to respect people's names.
He's easy to mess with anyway, so don't worry about it.
He's got a similar name to my son. It's
Yeah.
just the last two letters are flipped. But no, if you don't know who Dred Scott is, just go look it up. It was a big deal, and it was one of what I call when I started homes. For those of you who don't know, when I retired from the Air Force, I thought I knew what my retirement check was going to be, but there was a chance my VA disability was going to be, well, relatively good, and that's tax free. So I may not have to go back to work, or if I did, while my wife was still active duty, I would probably be able to just go part time. So we had a lot of struggles with my son in what the America calls public education, which is a real bad fallacy because it's government education.
Yes, I
It's
know.
what it is. That's a whole nother story I can get into on that. Considering I was born in 1979 when the Department of Education was created, and I'm basically one of the first generations to spend his entire life in government run education, which
I was
now
born at
explains
75.
why I don't know shit about history like I know now.
I know. I was born at 75. I know exactly what you mean.
Okay, so I'll give you a quick thing. Dred Scott was a slave. His people, his owners, I'm going to just give you a very short version. There's much more to this story than that. Moved to the north past the Missouri Compromise.
Okay.
Which was the Missouri Compromise H-20, which is what I call the rubber band that started from 1820 till the fucking Civil War.
Basically,
that's when the fucker broke.
Territory is automatically free, not a slave. Yeah, I know that. I know that law. I know that act.
Yes,
Yeah,
but there's more to it than that. This went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they said they were proper. They basically said they were property, and it did not matter that they were in a free state because they were still owned. Now, there is that actual decision nullified the 1820 Missouri Compromise, which was law, and it was one of the very first times, I think it was second or third, that the Supreme Court struck down a law saying it was unconstitutional. Because unfortunately, and I hate to say it, but it's the truth, until the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, it was unconstitutional. And when I saw the movie Lincoln, and when you look at, how determined he is to get the 13th Amendment, because there's a statement, I don't know if this is real or not, but I can believe it was real. When Lincoln has to explain my Emancipation Proclamation, if we get the South back before this passes, the Emancipation Proclamation could, and at that time, would have been considered unconstitutional. Possibly. So he was determined to get it done before then, and it wasn't even passed by the time his assassination was. It was only because reconciliation happened, and a lot of the southern states were being run by, well, for lack of a better term, dictators, and they agreed to go with it. Good thing, bad thing? Yes, I think it was a good thing. Because this is a thing people don't, I think, understand. When it comes to our Constitution, that's whereas people like to call me a right wing nut job. I'm not right wing.
Just a
I'm
nut
very,
job.
I'm centered.
Yeah, you're just
Everything I think of goes down the Constitution, and that's what I teach. I teach, the Constitution is the foundation document of this government. This current government, because I think people forget, we actually did have a government before this. And we had a constitution technically before this. It was called the Articles of Confederation.
Yes. I know a little bit of history.
And so you understand where I'm going with. Well, like I'm saying is, when I saw the movie Lincoln, I was like, wow, that makes sense because here's the thing, people may not know this. Constitutional amendments, they're very hard to pass. We had 10 in the Bill of Rights. There was originally, if you look at the original document in DC, there's 12. 2 of them were struck down, but they're still in the original document. So, we've had, I think, 16 since then in 200 plus years.
22 amendment.
No,
Oh,
I think
sorry,
there's
sorry.
20.
Yeah,
I think there's 26 amendments.
yeah, sorry.
It's 26 amendments. I think it's 16. I think we've had 16 since then, and we had to have one to repeal another one.
I know the alcohol.
Yeah, prohibition.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had to have that.
Yeah, which was stupid.
Yeah, they fucked up the Roaring Twenties like a badass there. But I mean, the biggest thing is what I love about history is I want to learn it, and I want to teach my children the truth of history, the good, the bad, the ugly,
Yeah,
the
there's
right,
unusual
the
problem
wrong.
about teaching history to people. History is taught as written by the winners. People who teach history only teach one perspective of it, one side of it.
No, I disagree. Not anymore. If you are,
This is when I
if
was
you have
growing
a
up, when I was a kid. This when I
oh,
was,
sir, if you have a,
sorry, you understand that when we was growing up, we was
yes,
one perspective of history. Yeah, sorry, you understand what I'm talking about.
no, I understand exactly what you're saying there. History was always the joke was, and it was very valid. It was very valid. History was written by the victors, but now that we have so much technology, so much research, and so much diversity of the most important thing in my mind, I don't care about diversity of my color, diversity of thought. I want people to disagree. I want people to challenge what I'm saying because I want to be like, okay, am I wrong? Am I right? Okay, I'm going to tell you why I think I'm right. You can tell me, and then we go and we have to choose to research that shit ourselves.
That's a scientific viewpoint of everything. Prove me wrong. This is what I see here. Prove me wrong. Help me out. Help me understand this. Am I right or wrong? If I'm wrong, thank you. Good. Okay, now we got an understanding here.
There was there was a show that I remember watching. I cannot think of the name of it, but there was this scientist, and I think it was something, I don't remember the details, but he was actually helping this person who was going to prove everything he had thought was wrong. I had the proof. He said, it's like, why are you doing this? I'm going to prove everything wrong. He goes, I'm a scientist. My duty is to the truth.
Oh my gosh, no, that's a bad habit. Hell no, I would not have a conversation with that dude. Hell no. Anybody who's basically closed-minded and claims to be a scientist is not really a scientist.
I mean, we're gonna have when it comes to history, we're gonna have all kinds of theories, thoughts, Monday morning quarterbacking kind of stuff. But there are certain facts that we can all agree on. Uh, when you can go through, and when I go through the Civil War, like I said, I'm actually I found this really great website, and it was like it took me 2 years to find this, and it's gonna have things where I'm gonna talk about Dred Scott, I'm gonna talk about John Brown, the election of Lincoln, the secession of states, which I live in the very first state that seceded, South Carolina, but I don't know why. And I don't know why all the others did. Yes, maybe because Lincoln was anti slavery and anti slavery expansion. I think that's something people sometimes forget is when they went into the Western expanse. That's where I said you had the 1820 Compromise. And I don't think people realize Texas used to be a lot bigger than it was.
Yeah, it used to be part of Oklahoma and New Mexico, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what did the government do? Well, they decided to say, okay, this is crossing the Missouri Compromise. Let's just throw money at them to pay for the Mexican Texas War. So
Yeah,
they
down in
bought them
Kentucky.
out. And that was the thing. Kansas-Nebraska Act, Bloody Kansas, the Dred Scott decision, the Compromise of 1820, the Compromise of 1850. These were all just stretches. They were just stopgaps to what I've said now that have been, very much engaged in my history is the American Civil War was inevitable. It was going to happen.
Yeah.
There's no way it was not going to happen. There was just too much. And the more compromises that were made, the more the citizens, and you want to talk about the riots and shit now? Read some history. Fucking John Brown hacked fucking people up. He went to their houses, put them at gunpoint, and hacked them up. The dude was literally a modern day American terrorist. But he's somewhat seen as a hero in the North and a terrorist in the South. Kind of comes down to your point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I always love about Star Wars when he says, sometimes, history is based on, what was it, a certain point of view. You're going to find the many things we cling to are based on our point of view. Because they are.
No, you speak.
Sorry, DJ, I didn't mean to go on that.
Yeah, anyway,
But I'm not going to lie, I love talking about this stuff, and it's very hard to find people who want to.
About the Civil War in the United States that's unavailable. We'll not enter that debate, but this is not the only place in the world. I mean, I know Russian Civil War and Russian Revolution. I know French Civil War and French Revolution. After the French Revolution in 1789, they were all unavailable, and there was no way that, I mean, who won in Russia in 1921 and who won the Civil War in 1793 in France? If the other side had won, I mean, it had been a disaster.
You mean when, are you talking about when France went from the monarchy to the republic and then eventually went to the Napoleon Empire era? Is that what you're referring to, sir? Okay. I want to make sure I was following your timeline.
Little known fact, Kurdistan and Karoga used to be one country, and then they had a civil war.
Get to Karoga.
Well, I'm going to tell Alexander here. When I think of Russia, two things come to mind. The February Revolution and the October Revolution.
The Boxing Massacre?
Yes, but the February Revolution is more a collapse of the Tsarist regime, and the October Revolution is the victory of one political movement that got the majority of the working class behind her. So, in fact, this is the same process. This is not two revolutions that are separate from each other. This is one revolutionary process.
Wait, didn't the American unions basically form an ideology from the boxers?
America, no. You got to remember, the February Revolution was, and I'm no expert in this,
No,
but that was kind of the Menshevik
no,
revolutionary
no,
point.
no. That's nothing to do. The
You can correct me. I thought it was the February was the more the Mensheviks, and
no.
then the October was the Bolsheviks.
That
That's what I thought.
in February, in fact, this is a spontaneous movement. What started in February, this is with Women's Day. We are at the end of the World War One, where the country is collapsing. People have nothing to eat, and this is the troops, the Russian troops, the soldiers spontaneously leave the front because they are just like their cannon fodder for France and Britain against the Germany, and the country was completely lost. And in fact, the masses in Petrograd, that is now St. Petersburg, are leaded, and you have massive strikes. So what happened? You have the abdication of the Tsar Nicholas II. His brother refused to take the power, and finally, they are like a vacuum of power that is taken by an institution named the Duma, Imperial Duma. It was a kind of fake parliament where there was different party. There was the party, the Royalist Party, that have been in fact wiped out because they had nothing to do there after the collapse, after the abdication. So the main party that was there was named Cadet, Constitutional Democrat. That was more a party of the businessmen in Russia. That was really weak because, in fact, the businessmen in Russia was really, really tight with the Tsar, and the fact that the only thing the businessmen was had for money and building in industrial point of view was object of repression, like army, military stuff, prison, all that stuff. What needed by all costs the Tsar to help France and the UK in the war. So they didn't have so much power, and on the other side have been created what name is Soviet. Soviet, in fact, is in translation in English is assembly. Why it has been created parallel to the Duma Empire, it was a fake parliament, is because 12 years before, in 1905, there was a revolution in St. Petersburg, where because there was no parliament, nothing. So when the revolution of 1905 arrived, that was an attempted revolution, the people, the working class, and the parties like the Bolshevik, the Menshevik, the Socialist Revolutionary, and a lot of people spontaneously created a kind of parliament from the people that they named Assembly, Soviet. So when that happened, the February Revolution, you have a vacuum of power. So the Duma, the Imperial Duma, tried to create something, a kind of parliament, and on the side, you have a lot of workers that create spontaneously the same assembly that was in 905. So you have kind of two parliaments. You have one parliament that was more like a typical, like a pale copy of the parliament like we see in the West. And you have a kind of working class parliament that is created by the different party that are representing the workers there. And at this moment in the Soviet, the Menshevik and the Socialist Revolutionaries are as the majority. Like
I'll be right back. I need to load you.
Okay. In the Imperial Duma, they are completely not there. They have 2 or 3 deputies. And during that revolution of February and October Revolution, what you have is a political debate in the two structure to know. Okay.
Shit. Hold on a second. Keep talking. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I just realized I don't have the fucking charger for my laptop, and I'm at about 20%. So I'm just letting you know I'm gonna cut off here. I'm gonna be right back. But keep talking because I'm enjoying this education.
Listen what I'm saying anyway. So. And Eli will come back, but this is a complicated stuff. That's more complicated than the American Revolution. That was really a revolution against because the British Empire, that it was more an independence war, in the case of the Russian Revolution, that was not an independent. It was all of an independence war and all of like a social, a mass social outbreak. So that's complicated. But this is for 20 years I read about it, so I know what I'm speaking about. So for all the people, I hope that we didn't lost all the people from the stream of DJ. I hope there are still people there. 17, not bad, not that bad.
No, but when everybody gets back, I want to ask everybody about something that I've been reading about the last couple of days. And I want, since everybody has a different point of view up here right now, I'm going to ask them what they think of this subject, because it's quite interesting.
So Eli was there because I wanted like just take maybe 2 minutes to just finish what I was explaining. So in fact, I will wait and leave because it was a girlfriend that was the most interested by that. So
yeah, so I really had to go. I couldn't hold it anymore.
I understand you, but I need to put this charger in place. But I was saying that the Russian Revolution, there are no two revolutions. They are like the collapse of the power in February, and they are like a political struggle to know which assembly will be the good one. And in fact, the Duma assembly tried to do try to bring to us Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries by two coalition of government. And that failed to do the attempt because the mass, the protests and all the stuff. One of the main thing they wanted is to end the war. They wanted to go out of the war with Germany because they were just sending their people there to die massively for the interest of France and Britain and the UK. So. The Duma, the Imperial Duma, was unable to do that because the Imperial Duma, what he wanted is to have the recognition of France and the UK. And France and the UK said, we'll not recognize you as a legitimate state if you dry out of the war. And the other side, when Lenin came back in April, he make what we said, like the April thesis. I think this is the way to say in English. When he finished by what? Okay.
Oh, he's being summoned.
It says my nephews. They are living from Montreal.
Oh.
So at least they shouldn't be able to understand us. You'd think. But hey, what do I know?
Well, we have a nephew. He wanted absolutely to see me before to live. Bonjour.
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 So, well, gone. Edouard, es-tu parti?
Il était aux toilettes.
Ok. Tu peux revenir me voir tantôt.
Alexandra has 2 fans.
Yes, I have 2 friends. So, like, this is all my friends. C'est mes amis aux États-Unis. On a Bird au Prey. Bird, he doesn't show himself. Mais c'est avec lui qu'on a joué à risque. C'est lui qui avait les rouges qui a gagné.
Oh! Te rappelles-tu, Albert, dans ça?
Oui.
Oui, bon.
If I was really a mean, cruel person, I'd put the
Somebody
mask
say
on.
my name.
C'est bon. Bon, il y a de l'action.
¿Estás tu niño?
Ouais, yes. Bon, monde te regarde, là, ils t'ont vu danser.
Alexander, das es tu niño.
Yes, sure. He's cute. But Just over.
You know, Eddie, thank you. You proved right there that the Romance languages really did come from a Rosetta Stone because I was doing my best with my Spanish, even though I'm 2 years out of practice because unfortunately I just haven't had the freaking time.
Learn to roll your
Sucks.
R's. Learn to roll your R's.
So finally, now
I can roll my sir, I can Mr. Who, I can roll my R only one way. And that's saying my mother's name in the proper Italian context.
What is your mother's name?
I cannot say well, I'll tell you right now. Rojo Radio. See, I can't roll it, but when it
Rojo
comes to my
Radio?
mom's name,
Rojo? Rojo Radio.
So
Rojo
Rojo
Radio. Radio.
It's radio. Radio.
now
Radio.
that you are back,
Radio, exactly.
It's radio.
But when it comes to my mother's name, I spent so long trying to learn it that I actually can do it because whereas her English pronunciation is Teresa,
Oh, hang on.
her proper Italian
Teresa? Teresa?
Teresa. Yes!
Teresa. Okay.
Teresa!
You say Italian. Teresa.
Yes,
Italian.
Teresa!
Teresa.
All right,
Yeah.
welcome back,
Teresa.
Captain Trek. Welcome
Thank
back.
you. Come back.
Hey, Captain Track.
Okay,
Hello,
now,
what's going on?
now
want to
while
just-
everybody's here, I want to
Explanation.
I want to ask something, since we got this diverse opinion group up here. Recently, I've been reading about this story.
Wait, you can read?
Yes, I can read.
We know he can read.
It's a place down in Tennessee, Rutherford County school system.
Okay.
I know Rutherford County.
Now, this school district, if you want to have your kids stay at home and do the lessons online through the computer, watching the teacher and all that, wanted to make the parents sign a waiver that they would not eavesdrop on any of the kids' online lessons.
What?
Excuse me?
What?
Then,
Parents, that's like a helicopter parent at school itself. Come on. You're not supposed to
Hey,
kids
DJ,
education, kids
DJ
education.
Odyssey. I'm gonna hold on a second. Panel, please let me hold off here. I'm gonna say this, and then DJ, let everybody else talk about this. Let me talk last. I honestly, because I'm a homeschooler and I have teachers, I have principals and superintendents who live near me. So I've got a lot of information my wife and I have found out in our
okay, well,
local area. So
it's not-
I
it's
would
not
say
quite
let
done with
everybody
this one.
else go first.
not
But if
quite
you don't mind, let me get the final word on that.
Not quite done with that, though, because after pushback, the principal decided that the parents could sit in and watch as long as they had permission from each specific teacher from the classes. They couldn't record or talk about what was going on in the classes.
Do I need to flip off any more comments?
It's like, what does that tell you?
So, like I said, let me go last. Everybody else, please go first. DJ, let me know when I can talk because I could really unpack a lot of this.
Okay, then I'll start. When you're homeschooled, you basically, your parents or whoever it is your teacher. They're observing your work. They're making sure you're doing your job right. They're making sure you get your questions, you do the math calculations correct, just like an actual normal school. Since the schools got closed down, it's been online learning like online professor classes at the colleges do. Interaction with the teacher and the rest of the class via online. If a parent wants to actually observe the kid at home, that's like a helicopter parent at school. A parent should not be in the school itself watching the kid do the work and the lessons. It's the exact same thing at home. It's
You're
school.
wrong.
You already have the interaction with the kid. You already have the interaction with the teacher, direct interaction one-on-one. So I don't see a parent need to be in the room at home with the kid at school.
But the thing is, the parent just wants to come in and see what they're learning.
Mm-hmm.
not really saying anything. What's wrong with that?
I'm sorry, what?
Some of the parents just want to be able to come in
You
and
just
see what
lost
they're
me
being
again. I just
taught.
lost myself again. Shit.
I can hear you.
Hey, what the hell happened here? Did somebody just cut off or something?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, because the thing just froze for a second for me.
Okay. What I'm saying is the parents just want to be able to come in and see what they're being taught. What's wrong with that?
Isn't that what conferences are for? Okay, I'm not just like Resident Jim said. No, I don't have any kids. But can any parent go to any school right now and go, hey, I want to walk into the classroom and see what my kid is doing? Are they allowed to do that? If they are,
actually, they are.
Yes, the school district that I went to, and still, yes, a parent can go in there and see what they're getting taught.
Yeah.
Okay. If the school is allowing that to happen, then that school should say, okay, some schools may not, but some schools will. But if the school is saying, okay, parents can come into the actual physical building and look at the kids, what they're doing, and check out the progress. It should be the exact same way for at home, if the school allows it. Some schools may not allow parents to just walk into school.
See, that's why a lot of schools now, or what they've done, is they have put in a camera system.
Mm-hmm.
They have a room set aside for observing any teacher at any time. What they've been doing, or had been doing, was when there was a specific question, a parent would come in, they would go into that room, watch their teacher, the teacher of their student, see what was being taught. That way, there was no interference. It wasn't the teacher coming, wasn't the parent coming into the classroom. They were just simply allowed to watch what happened in private. So this is basically the parent sitting in the same room, listening to what the teacher's saying, not having interaction, not causing an issue. Because to be quite honest, it is a parent's job to teach the students what they need to know. Because quite honestly, the American system of teaching sucks ass.
Yeah, if the parent is not going to interfere with the child's educational process, just observe. I have no problem with that.
Because I'll tell you when the real bad started was when that act of No Child Left Behind passed. That caused the American school system to plummet in actual education.
That was a flawed choice decision because it did not affect all states equally.
But can you see my point that if they're pushing so hard not to allow a parent to see what their kids are being taught in school,
they're hiding something.
Yeah, what exactly are they trying to teach them?
Yeah, like I said, if a parent is not going to interfere, just observe, like, okay, that's what they're doing. Okay, I'm okay with that. Then I'm fine. But if the parent wants to interact and interject in the kid's education process during the school, that's what I have a problem with. It's like, okay, why if you have a problem with the teacher, why you have that kid in that school?
Honestly, I think more parents should homeschool.
Me personally, I will send my kids to the public school, and I'm not. I don't. I trust the teachers.
Well, you are in Quebec.
Yes, that's
and not in the United States. Therefore, the education system is quite different. I don't know about the education system there, but
in Finland, in Sweden, if you're in Scandinavian country, there are no private school at all. I mean, everybody goes to the public school. They are well found, and they are by the way, the kids with the best results everywhere. Because the fact is that when you put I mean, I will give you a good example, a link with ice hockey. Okay, I was when I was in Russia, the KHL started to want to have a club in hockey club in China. What they did, so I started to, as a journalist, I was really interested by that, and I wanted to see, and I made like a series of articles for RDS. This is all in French, ESPN, you can say, and I discovered something when I speak with a man named Javel Lavoie that was in China for like 40 years, from the end of Mao Zedong to today. Okay, to 5 years ago, he lived in China. He saw all the process, completely entire process. So. And Jarvis said to me, you should see Thunderbird in China. This is a movie that had been made when they opened the border and the first time like a Canadian ice hockey team went there. So he arrived and it was in British Columbia. And as a good journalist, I wanted to speak with someone, the coach of the British Columbian team, ice hockey team, were there. And I found it. It was really old, like 80 years old. And he spoke to me. All we continue to make like exchange with the Chinese players and to bring it, because the difference between ice hockey in British Columbia and China, I mean, you have no idea. It's like in baseball, if you put this 5 years old with with Nolan Ryan, it's completely different. So how you do some things, and he said it's easy. You take the best and you put the worst together, and everybody's progressing. So he explained to me that they are doing like we are doing the streets here in Quebec when we are speaking. You put all the sticks together, and you put the stick randomly, you throw it on the side and the other side, and you create two teams randomly. And what happens there that you don't choose what is the teams. So the best and the worst are together, and they try to play together. And there is that the best was becoming better because they had to adjust to people that are really bad. But in other way, the fact that they were adjusting to the worst was trying and beginning to learn how to play properly the hockey. It means that the best were becoming better, and the worst was climbing really quickly to become better player. That's the way they are doing. And when you teach, that's the same. I mean, if you take, as a teacher, you take the best on your side as helper to help the worst. When you learn to explain what you know,
we're kind of getting off the subject here.
Yeah,
We're kind of getting off the subject here. So, Bird,
why the public schools are better.
Hold on, Bird, do you have anything to say before I turn this over to NB?
But what's the point? I mean, what's the point? It's exactly what I said. The public school is better in my way, and this is why I will send my kids to the public school, and I will be fine with it.
Bird, do you have anything to throw in here before I turn it over to NB?
I think he's asleep.
I think we put Bird to sleep.
Or Charlie's there.
Sleeping is fine.
All right.
Charlie's there, so.
All right, so we're going to turn this over to NB right now. So nobody interfere, nobody interrupt.
I will be nice and hit my mute button, okay?
I will mute as well. And I have to say, NB Geek looks a lot prettier now.
Why, thank you. So my husband pulled me in because you guys are talking about public school and homeschooling. So just to give you some background, I do have a Bachelor of Arts in Elementary Ed. I did student teach in the public school system. And before COVID happened, I did a 2-month internship in the public school system. So with all that being said, these are my thoughts. The public school system is not the same as it was when we were all kids. The classes are way too big for any teacher to effectively teach children. The teachers here have an average class size of 28 to 30 kids. That's like going to work and trying to supervise 30 grown-ups with all different personalities. How can you teach 30 different ways within a certain amount of time? You can't. I commend the teachers for trying to do what they can do for these kids. That being said, parents that can homeschool should homeschool because they get to see what their kids are doing. They get to see their strengths, their weaknesses, and can focus their attentions appropriately.
Talk about
Now, the homeschooling that's been going on because of COVID is not homeschooling. Homeschoolers that, like me and my husband, have been for the last year, we get to choose the subjects. We get to choose how it's taught. The homeschoolers with COVID haven't been able to choose. They've been having to do what the public school system has been telling them what to teach. Those are two big differences. I think with COVID, the parents who can't afford and can make the time to formally homeschool their kids will do it. Unfortunately, the ones who don't have the time or don't have the resources to homeschool will have to do what the public school system tells them to do. We learned by homeschooling our kids, our son, he had a lot of anxiety because of the formal not homeschooling, the formal public education system. And we think something was said to him by a teacher that squashed his self-esteem. So we've actually had to spend the last year reassuring him that, hey, you can succeed. You're not going to fail. We're not going to let you fail. My husband pulled me in here. I'm trying to think of everything I wanted to say.
Sorry, but this is kind of important, and I figure it, could be more important heard from you, being the woman who, had to actually do most of the research after I suggested that I thought this was the best decision for our children. And I think that if people, um, were able to have the time with their children, like we've been very fortunate to have, because we've been fortunate to take care of what we needed to, the whole homeschooling thing has been, in my mind, in a year and a half, the most rewarding experience I've ever had with my children. I've learned more about my children than I think I ever could have. And, part of me wonders if I'd had the opportunity to do this with my oldest and I hadn't had the temperament I had back then, what better things she could have done. But it's been a great experience, and
I want to cut you off for a minute.
yeah, go ahead, honey.
Cinna Bunny, you said one thing I think is bad about the distance learning is kids are losing out on important social interactions with their peers. Yes and no. Some homeschoolers are more socialized because they have homeschool groups that they can go and meet other kids. They can go to different play groups, things like that. Join extracurricular activities, which of course with COVID, unfortunately, COVID shut anything extracurricular down for grown-ups included. So, but in a pre-COVID world, homeschoolers have lots of support groups. They have co-ops, things like that. A good source to go to for anybody listening is HSLDA. They have all the laws for all 50 states and what requirements are if you are interested in officially crossing over to homeschooling. So just want to throw that out there.
Okay, but my question
what was your question?
was, why is a school district trying to make parents sign waivers saying they will not watch what their children are being taught, what they are being taught to talk? They can't even talk about any of it. Why would that
we
be?
actually, sorry, honey, I don't mean to interrupt, but actually, my wife and I were talking about this earlier when one of our daughter's friends came over and asked, how were they doing this 2 weeks of virtual, and it turned out to be, she said, yeah, I said, are you using Zoom? No, Zoom got hacked, so it's Google. I was like, oh, okay.
To answer your question, if my kids were still in public school and I got a letter saying I couldn't observe, that'd be a red flag right then and there. I would be like, no, They're in my, like I saw somebody have posted, the kids are in my house. I want to see what they're doing. There are so many things that the public school system in different states wants to teach that I, for one, do not approve of. I'm not going to go into that. That's a conversation for a totally different stream. But yes, I would not in any way sign a waiver that's saying I would not. No, not me.
Well,
Anyway,
you know,
that's all I had to say. I'll give you back over to him. So take care, guys.
I think they like you more than me. So why don't you stick around for a few minutes? Listen,
Okay, I got
okay,
a few
we'll
minutes.
switch.
Yes, we
Okay,
like you more than
sweetheart,
him.
Sweetheart,
you're
we'll
A lot
switch
more than him.
You're a lot better looking than him. So
No,
Oh
hey.
yeah,
I
by
mean,
far.
we'll switch spots. I'll go on the camera. Oh, unless you want to be on the
I'll
camera.
stay for another few minutes.
Well,
I want
stay for the
I
whole
want to
thing.
see if anybody has any replies back to me.
But
Honey, as I've always
if I
told
can
you,
say something,
they would rather
I'm
hear.
with you now.
I think
Well, hold on a second, guys. I've always told my wife they'd rather hear your voice than mine, and they'd rather look at you than me.
Okay, then scooch.
but I think
Yes, agreed. I agree with you, sir.
I think there are no. I don't think there are any kind of conspiracy theory behind that. I think the impression is, for me, is that the problem we got that with certainly more religious school, not Christian school or anything, but really weird school where like it was gurus in fact that was speaking like that the earth is a form of a peach. No, not a peach, the form of the other fruit. I don't remember, but it was stuff that have nothing to do with science, and I think the second thing is the problem is that they are afraid about. I can say the teacher are not, as any worker, are not supposed to always have someone watching minutes by minutes what they are doing. Even in the grocery when I'm working, if they were putting to me someone watching everything I do every minute, I mean it will consider as harassment. And I think that there are some institution that will be afraid that some parents were like will do some kind of harassment in point of their disbelief of what the teacher is saying. But I don't think that's the best way to avoid that. But I don't think that this is because they want to teach stuff and they don't want the parents to know that. I think it's going far in the theory.
I don't know if they're
I want to chime in here and say that if the school system has nothing to hide, why would they need the parents to sign a waiver that they can't observe what their students are learning?
But that's the same thing. They could say, my boss could say to the grocery that if you have nothing to hide, why you have a problem with the fact that someone is always beside you watching if you do the sausage properly. I will say that because I have nothing to hide. But at the end of the day, if you pay someone to watch me minutes by minutes, everything that what I'm doing, I feel harassed. And this is the
but see, here's the problem though. If they're just teaching arithmetic, writing, English, history, normal subjects, they have nothing to hide. They wouldn't need to sign a weapon. They wouldn't need to sign a waiver, and people would get bored.
Working at their job. This is human being working their job, and they don't want to have people.
Hey, gentlemen, my wife has something to say. So let the lady talk for a second.
Thank you for letting me come on real quick and give my 2 cents. I gotta go teach her son. So you guys have a good one.
You have a good one, ma'am. Madam, excuse me.
Oh my gosh, your beard back.
Okay,
well,
now
yeah,
the bearded
ugly guy. Yeah,
now the bearded ugly guy's back.
Well, we do. We kind of have a change up. She does Monday, Wednesdays. I teach my history on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Friday is kind of a switch out. We just see how the weeks go. And it works out great because our kids get, to experience both of us as teachers and get our different perspectives and maybe our different techniques. And my wife and I, after she's done teaching with our son, is going to talk with me and we're going to evaluate and, it's going to help with tomorrow. And I'm going to say this. I did not know Captain Trek was here. So, Captain Trek, great to see you, buddy. I did not know you were in. Sorry, I was letting my wife talk because, I brought her in for her educational experience, her internship, and, you know, kind of her firsthand experience in the whole education thing. And let's be honest, we all listen to women better than we do to men.
What?
What'd you say? What?
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention for a second. Sorry, man.
I just find it very suspect that they don't want you to see what they're teaching them in this class.
Yeah, the only problem I have.
No, I agree with it. May I say this in this? My wife didn't want to bring these up, but I suggested it, and we had some things. My oldest daughter, which many of you, I think DJ, Captain Trek, and Bird Prey 5 know this. I referred to 2016 as my dark year because my daughter really, well, fucked a lot of shit up and almost destroyed my marriage and everything. But we're in 2020. She got her GED. She went to a trade school because early on, back in about, I don't know, 2012 or something, I said, I'm not paying for my kids to go to college. They want to go to college. I'm like, I paid for 13 years from K to 12. I'm like, they want to go those extra years, they can find their own way. And I had a financial advisor who said, that's okay. Because I was one of those guys who grew up in the 80s and 90s and kind of rejected the 90s because I hate to say it, the 90s really fucking sucked for us.
I don't remember the 90s.
Oh, I remember the 90s, unfortunately, way too well. I still have to hear Nirvana songs.
Yeah, that's an oldie, man. Come on, Teen Spirit is an oldie.
You muted yourself.
Yeah.
Teen Spirit sucked. But I will say this. I will say this. One of the greatest things I got to ever experience in the 90s was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
Okay.
And the very first music video I ever remember was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Mary Jane's Last Dance. And it's Kim Basinger. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking not too long after the Batman. The first one.
Yeah. Michael Keaton. What the hell is Alexandra doing?
Me?
What are you doing?
I'm listening what you are saying as I listen to radio, but at the same time, I clean it a little bit up because I worked for weeks and I didn't have the possibility to put a little bit of order there. So I listen to what you are saying.
Well, I am so glad your robe is staying closed when you're doing that.
What?
I'm so glad your
As
robe is
we
staying
all
closed.
are.
I just forgot to close the camera, so sorry.
I don't know. You know when I sit
No
there
worries. I'll keep my camera on. That way everybody can see the ugly guy. Oh, no. Here. I'll do you one better, guys. Hold on a second.
Gee, I wonder what he's going to do.
You better keep his clothes on.
I know what he's going to do, but, hey.
Cousin it.
Yep.
I don't know. See, the problem I have with this whole thing is when they first say that you can't sit there and watch it all, to going to, well, if the teacher gives you permission, but you still can't record anything the teacher is saying, there's something up and there's something wrong with that whole thing.
Agreed.
Well, I was talking with actually was Mr. Who. I was talking with one of my daughter's friends who was damn it. I got one upped really bad here. Now, in my defense, I've only been growing my hair back after a year and a half since I retired from the Air Force. So,
Where's my comb? Where's my comb?
I don't know, but I will say this. You got better hair. I got the better beard.
Yeah, I do not like my beard. I used to grow a beard. I don't have it anymore.
I've never been able to grow. Actually, unfortunately, I've been in about a couple of days. I'm gonna have about an inch cut off because the wife wanted an inch cut off. It was either that or bust my hair off. So I was kind of like,
Yeah, I had a beard. Just me and the beard. I did not like the beard.
oh well, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with trying it out and not liking it. I do. Maybe it's a little rebellious thing, kind of like, going back to long hair, even though after I joined the military, I shaved all my hair off. By the way, I'm going to say this.
Get this.
Back in the 1990s, 95, 6, 8, and 9, because 7, I cut my hair. I rocked that mullet like a mofo with
Is this in the
the
front?
best porn star mustache you could ask for in the 90s.
Oh my gosh.
DJ! Oh, that's a wig.
Wig. That's a wig, man. Come on.
Come on, we know that's a wig. We know what you look like.
We know you're bald almost. We're bald.
No.
Blonde.
He's
He's blonde.
I think he's slightly older than my. Yeah, well. Okay. Now I got to rephrase how I say this. DJ. Hey. DJ is probably older than my dad and is rocking the fuck out of the hair. Well, I was trying to make a compliment to you. You're rocking the hair you have. And it's awesome. Squirrel.
I'm only 49 for crying out loud.
Who's 49?
Me.
DJ is.
Oh, shit. Well, hey, I'm 40 and my dad's 58, so
Yeah, I'm only.
Sorry, your hair's a lot whiter than his. What do you want me to do? I'm 40 years old, and the only gray I have is, well, here in my beard, and I don't think anybody wants to see my chest hair, but it's quite a bit. Hey, DJ, I actually am going to tell you, you look a little bit like my uncle with hair. And don't take it the wrong way. I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah, I got gray hair right here. And of course,
I got gray hair all down here. It's fucking ridiculous.
I had to trim this because I got gray hair.
Do you know how many freaking razors, electric razors I have to go through to manscape? It's not easy when you're a furball. Now, if only I could do that, Mr. Who. Well, that's why I go with when I do this. I say, yeah, I can do a little bit better cousin it. Although the sad part is, the really sad part is, I was doing stupid voices one day with my kids. And it turned out I was doing, for anybody who doesn't know the show, it's was on Disney. Before Disney Plus, but it's still there. It's called Phineas and Ferb. It's unbelievably really funny. and really enjoyable. And it was something, my kids and I, and, my wife and me and my kids, we could all get together as a family and watch. And, when you're talking about 7, 8, 9, 10 year olds, that's kind of not an easy thing. And I was doing a joke one time. My kids, I have two voices my kids love to hear: my Joker laugh and my Baljeet from Phineas and Ferb. Apparently, I can do a really good prepubescent native Indian boy.
Never seen the
Okay,
show.
I know you're all waiting to hear it, so I'm gonna give it to you. So let's just go. If you go and look up Baljeet later and compare my voice, give me a rating and let me know what you guys think. What are you doing? I don't want to get a bad grade. Come on. I just want to get good grades. Come on. What do you do when you're mad? Math. What do you do when you're sad? Math. What do you do when you're happy? Math. So you do math when you're having feelings? No, I do math because I like math. The feelings just come and go. Now you can go look up on YouTube and find that and see if I really sounded good or if my kids have been joking with me and I just really sucked.
I've never heard the show, never seen the show, but you sounded just like what's it? Beaker with plain English from the Muppets.
Now the only other thing I can do is I can do a pretty good. I'd like to think I can do a pretty good Joker laugh.
What's Joker?
Me, it's always Mark Hamill.
Okay.
It's always okay. Full disclosure, when I think of Batman and I think of Joker, when I think of Joker, I know a lot of people think of maybe Jack Nicholson or more recently Heath Ledger. Me? Nope. Mark Hamill. Hands down. Always. When I think of the Joker, I think of Mark Hamill. When I think of the Batman,
Kevin Connery or
yes.
Yeah,
yes. Okay. No, stop right there. Yes. Hands down, always. I don't care that they were just voice actors. I do know this. When I had stopped watching The Flash a while back, but when I saw Mark Hamill was coming back as a trickster, and then I saw how he played it out, I was like, if you had just put white makeup on him and green hair, he'd have been the Joker.
Did you see Kevin Connery in the Crisis episode?
Yes, I did. It had the elsewhere concept.
Yeah.
From Kingdom Come. Yes, I saw that. My only problem with that was I was like, why did you make Kevin Conroy kind of a bad guy? Like, no, I was heartbroken.
He did kill.
I was literally like, I had to stop the show.
He did kill all of his enemies: the Joker, Clark Kent, Superman. He killed the Trickster. He killed everybody basically.
Yeah, but my problem with that is, and just full disclosure, my problem with that is I have Batman the Animated Series. I have Justice League. I have Justice League Unlimited. I have Batman Beyond. That's not Batman.
No.
Batman in Batman Beyond didn't pull the trigger. And he stopped because he had a heart attack and he knew he couldn't do it anymore. And he just said, okay, I'm done. And he finally, I don't think he made peace with it. But, personally for me, I want a Batman Beyond movie. If Michael Keaton, if Michael Keaton could be the old Batman, Kevin Conroy could be the old Batman. I'll take either one. And I've never been able to get anybody to give me a good Terry McGinnis, because isn't he of kind of Hispanic descent?
He's kind of Hispanic descent with basically a clone of Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, he's a clone of Bruce Wayne. Yeah, we all know that, but you know, he still has more of a Hispanic look to him. So who would be a good person to play him? That's always been one of my biggest issues, because I was like, if we ever got, I don't care personally if it was an animated series, I'd be fine, because I think they would get back shit, and I'm forgetting his name. The one who did Terry McGinnis.
Oh shit! I'm half awake right now. Sorry.
No. But I mean, I think he would come back in a heartbeat.
Well,
but
you do know
live action, I get live action is different. So the idea of just seeing a Batman Beyond full length animated, not the Joker one we got. That was kind of
Will Freddy.
Oh, Will Freddy. Shit. Yes, you're right. I think he'd come back in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. Well, you do know that Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton are playing Batman in the Flash movie?
I believe it when I see it.
It's been confirmed that Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton are Batman. I don't know how they're going to speak
for. I can't speak for a lot of people in the chat. I'm sure Michael Keaton was a lot of people's first Batman.
Yeah.
My first Batman was, well, Adam West.
Okay. the
Bright Knight itself.
Batman, as the original was in the comics. Not dark. Campy, as he originally was drawn. He only became dark in the 80s.
No, sir. That is not true. If you go back to the old Detective Comics era.
Sorry, he had the gun and everything. Sorry. I'm sorry. He had the gun in the first episode of the comic book. Sorry. I told you, I'm looking at my mind's hardly working. Starting to work right now.
He is right. He is right. Darkman. Batman did start as dark. I personally prefer the animated series. That was my Batman. I grew up watching Adam West, but again, campy, not my preference.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was still progressive for its time.
Oh, let's not forget Captain Trek. We need to acknowledge the fact that that was actually the show that saved Batman. Because Batman, if anybody's ever read the history, that DC was actually looking at canceling Batman, the Batman franchise, and that show saved it. And that is why during that era, Batman and Robin were a little more campy than what they used to be.
Gotcha.
Just a quick. I'm sorry, Captain Trek. I did not mean to step on you there.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. I completed what I was saying, and I muted myself so you could talk.
Well, DJ, here's a question for you. When you think about Batman, and I'm a big history guy, and there's really three superheroes I've always learned the history of very well: Superman, Batman, Spider-Man.
Well, speaking of Superman and Batman, have you checked out Brad Meltzer's new version of Batman?
Meltzer's new version. Who?
Brad Meltzer.
Are we talking about that new trailer?
No. He's an author, writer, huge DC fan. He collaborated with some, I forgot who, but he's got a new Batman detective series out now.
No, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't, but feel
Oh,
free to DM me any information on that, and I will definitely look it up. For anybody who doesn't know, how huge of a Batman fan am I? Well, I'll give you a perfect example. I spent 6 years and several $1,000 in an ungodly number of online comic book back issue stores and comic book stores, which unfortunately, unlike back when I was in the 90s, where I grew up, and you could find a comic book store, and for those of us who remember the early 80s, you used to be able to get a comic book at the frickin' rack in
yes,
a gas station.
yes.
And you'd spin it around and you'd just grab the comic you wanted.
Or a little grocery store, like in the areas that I grew up, little tiny stores in little towns.
Yes.
You could sit there and walk into it, and there'd be a little rack with Superman in there and Spider-Man and this and that.
Well, check out
Yeah.
the private chat, dude. I just put a link in there for a comic for you. Okay.
All right. Copy. And well, I'm not playing Ghost of Tsunami anymore tonight, so.
You should also check out his Justice League of America series. I can't believe you're a Batman fan and you haven't even seen Brad Metzler's Batman yet.
When did this Gotham Knights come out?
A couple of years ago.
Oh, okay. No, I can actually explain why. After around midway through the New 52, I cut ties. Actually, I can tell you exactly when I cut ties with the New 52. When Gail Simone, and I know some people have a problem with her, but she wrote some of the most awesome Batgirl stories, Birds of Prey stories, and she was the one who got Babs back on her feet and back in the Batgirl outfit, and actually humanized her with her whole, being afraid of guns because of, getting shot by the Joker and paralyzing her.
Yeah, becoming
And
horrible.
it had a very nice parallel to kind of why Bruce Wayne, Batman, hated guns. But
Got
for
Karen.
completely different reasons. But of course, why would neither of them use them? Obviously, they have a fear. They have.
Batman always used guns. Look at the Jack Nicholson movie. He has machine guns on his Batmobile. Come on. Batman's
Oh
always,
yeah, I understand that, and yeah, we saw that in Batman v Superman.
yeah.
And I'm not against that. I remember early on, Batman used to use guns back in
Here's
the
the
early
comic book.
comics.
He has a gun. You see him with the gun in his hand.
But where I was going with that, where I was going with that was
Yeah, no, sure.
once Gail Simone left, and I was still following Boundary for Comics and Bleeding Cool and all them, and they've just become garbage. But that's another
Nothing is
story.
still
When I found out Gail Simone was leaving, and then I saw the pictures for Batgirl coming up, where she's in this, still is, really stupid cosplay, secondhand garbage, taking a selfie of her. So I'm like, what? And then I read the comic. I'm like, okay, covers aren't everything. I don't do that. And then I'm reading, and she's like, you find out, well, one, she's back in college. Sorry, but I'm a little old enough to remember when she actually won a House of Representatives seat in Congress back in the fucking 70s. Yeah,
Okay,
I remember that far back.
Folks, I got a super chat in.
Oh,
Ooh.
go for it, buddy.
From Joe Biden.
Go for it.
Hello, Joe. Remember, we didn't have these riots when Obama and me was president. Even though we were at the DNC and paying people to burn stuff up, it's not our fault. Vote for me. I will tell you them to stop. Have a good day. Mama 22. Well, I don't have Mama 22, but I have something just as good as Mama 22.
I'm trying to send a distress signal. Stop talking about doctors.
I'm a doctor.
I'm the doctor.
I'm the doctor!
No, Doctor, I'm the doctor, and I say that you're not fit.
You may be a doctor, but I'm the doctor.
The original, you might say.
The definite article.
But probably not the one you expected.
I love that super chat.
Okay, I'm gonna say this, DJ. Because I mentioned this on somebody else's chat. When I first got introduced to Doctor Who, it was about 10 years ago, I think.
Oh, you missed the big.
No. I'm gonna explain it. By the time I got caught up to Doctor Who, right around the time I learned about what Doctor Who was, I was talking with this geek. Thankfully, I was in an office with a bunch of geeks, and I was learning new sci-fi. And I was hearing about this show that was coming on our TV for whatever reason. And I said, "Well, what the hell is that?" They said, "Oh, that's Doctor Who." I said, "Okay, what's Doctor Who?" And of course, they're like, "Wait a minute, you're a geek and you don't know Doctor Who?" I said, "Well, apparently not. So fucking explain the shit to me." And I learned the history. I got information, and then I did my own research, and I found out, oh, this guy regenerates. Okay. And I was going through, and I was like, oh, this show started back. I was like, and, I was impressed as a sci-fi guy, being like, shit, this show was before Star Trek.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was like, okay. I was like, let me start watching. But here's the thing, I'm old school. I want to start from the beginning.
William
So
Hart.
I didn't start with Chris Eccleston. I started with William Hartnell.
Good.
And
Yeah.
I went through. Sean Pertwee is still my favorite. I don't care what anyone says. I love Sean. I love Sean Pertwee.
Baker's my doctor.
Oh, wait a minute! Isn't Sean Pertwee his son? Am I getting the
Sean
name
is
wrong?
his son. John Pertwee.
John Pertwee. Thank you. Oh, yeah. John Pertwee is the third Doctor. He's my favorite.
You're all
Maybe
crazy.
because he,
the newest is the best.
And then, of course, we go through and we get Tom Baker. And Tom Baker was great. Actually, I've never really complained about a doctor playing. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get.
Bird just triggered me by trying to
I
say
know.
the current one is the best.
The current one.
Jodie Whittaker is the best doctor.
Oh my
Oh, she's a
god.
bitch.
Oh god. TJ.
So no. So hold on a second. I
regret
kind of
nothing.
want to do this. I did my best to collaborate with people and get as much Doctor Who content as I could. And as some of you may know or not know, the end of Hartnell's era and a lot of and I never get his last name right. Peter
Troughton.
Thank you. I always screw up his last name. He got screwed the worst because most of his stuff was the one that was destroyed the most. So, but I was very fortunate to find some people, and I got to give these people credit as all hell. I got ones that have the audio with animation, and the
pictures.
animation is freaking good.
Are you talking about Shiva?
Shada.
No, I don't know.
Shada,
It's been a while.
There's 3 different versions of Shada anyway. There is a mostly video of what they had filmed with just parts of Tom Baker and that talking what's going on. There was an animated version of Tom Baker.
I'm not talking about the 5 Doctors.
No. That's not this one.
Episode.
Shada. Then there's an odd animated version of Tom Baker.
Totally 100% animated.
And then there is another animated version where they redid the whole show with the 8th Doctor, McGann.
I'm going to be DJ Odyssey. I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't remember exactly which ones were which.
But there are plenty of the first Doctor and the 2nd Doctor. Either they redid with some animation or they had the audios and they used slide pictures from the episode.
I have many. Yes,
I have all those too.
Yeah, I have those too, so I know exactly what you're talking about. So when I got to John Pertwee, I really enjoyed it. We got the color, we got to kind of really get a little more out of the Doctor, and I really enjoyed that. And I enjoyed Tom Baker. I enjoyed Sylvester, not Sylvester McCoy. Sorry, I got ahead
Please
of
don't
myself there.
look
Peter
for me.
Davison. I
Okay.
I liked Peter Davison.
The celery.
I even liked Clive Barker. I don't understand why everybody gives him shit. I mean, yeah, he was kind of a
Who?
darker Doctor.
Who?
Clive Barker,
There
the
was
one
no Clive
after
Barker.
Peter Davison.
That's Colin Baker.
Oh, Colin Baker. Oh, I said Clive Barker, didn't I?
Clive
Yeah.
Barker's a writer.
Sorry about that. That's my bad. But yeah, and then we went on to Sylvester McCoy, and then this was interesting when I got to Paul McGann's miniseries or his TV movie. I didn't realize that, and I mentioned this, I think, on somebody else's chat earlier. I don't remember when. This actually turned out to be the first time I ever saw Doctor Who. I just didn't know it because it came out back in, I think, 93, and I was 13, and as I said, I didn't know anything about Doctor Who. So I saw the TV movie, but unfortunately, as an American with no concept of what the hell happened, I didn't understand the Sylvester McCoy turning into Paul McGann and all that was going on with the TARDIS and the Master.
Like the TARDIS is the most powerful weapon in the universe, and I never taken it into war, or never taken it into battle. That was like a throwback to Doctor Who pacification.
And it was just, for me at the time, at that young age, it was over my head. I had no idea. And then when I saw it again, 4 or 5 years ago, I was like, oh crap, I remember this. And the jelly bean, the TARDIS, all the
Jelly
references
bellies.
with them,
Jelly
everything
bellies.
made sense to
Jelly
me
bellies.
now.
Jelly bellies, not jelly beans. Jelly bellies.
Oh, sorry,
No,
jelly bellies.
jelly
Yeah,
babies.
jelly bellies. Yeah,
Jelly
you're
Jelly
right.
babies.
Jelly babies.
You're messing with the Doctor Who guy here now. So
No. If I screw up on a reference, if I ever screw up on a reference, I don't mind being corrected.
Yeah, neither do I. I want like 4 cup of coffee, man. Hey, that's a baker. That's a baker, man. That's a baker one. Wait.
nope,
Oh shit. I'm sorry, Harlan.
nope.
But like I was
Capaldi.
saying, I realized I had seen that Doctor Who, and that was my first time. But I had no frame of reference. So when I saw it when I was 35, so it was about 5 years ago, and I had seen everything Doctor Who I could before then, I understood, and it made the show so much better. And Americans really understood the history of Doctor Who when this was financed by an American company. I think it would have been a hit, but Americans didn't have Doctor Who in their home
No.
at that time.
The attempt at Doctor Who being financed by an American company fell through majorly with the Paul McGann movie.
Yeah, San Francisco does not look like that, by the way.
Because that was American finances trying to get Doctor Who revived.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I
And it
will
fell
say
through.
this, though. Even though it may not have worked, Paul McGann frickin' was the bomb in Big Finish Productions audio dramas.
Well,
And I've heard every single one I've been able to buy with Paul McGann.
Not only the Big Finishes, but his Night of the Doctor short.
Yes, I have his Night of the Doctor
for
too.
the 50th anniversary.
Yes, because you know what was great about that? Was it made his audio drama companions canon.
Yep.
Because he mentioned several of them.
And that's why I used
Lucy Miller.
That's why I used part of the McGann clip from Night of the Doctor in that little super chat of mine.
Oh, Lucy. Man, Lucy Miller. She was my favorite of his companions. Charlie, she was hit or miss.
I still think they killed off Astrid wrong.
Oh, back during David Peter
Tenants.
Davidson's.
No, Tenants.
Oh,
No,
Tenants.
not
Okay.
Tenant. No, I was talking about Astrid. I forgot. I think it was the Fourth Doctor. It's the very first killing of the 65 million years ago destruction of dinosaurs. It was told twice, 2 different versions. The original, I forgot the doctor's name, partially awake, but the kid Astrid was not a human. He was from other planets, trying to learn stuff. The doctor's teaching him. They end up going back in time. Astrid is trying to stop a ship that crashed into Earth 65 million years ago, which killed the dinosaurs. Fast forward to the new rebooted version. It was not a ship. It was not the Doctor. It was just an asteroid that destroyed Earth. And
that was Peter.
No.
That was Peter Davison, I believe. I think that was Fifth Doctor, not Fourth Doctor.
It was Fifth Doctor, and the character was Adric.
Adric.
Adric. Okay. There you go. Yeah, I knew he was sounding familiar, but Mr. Who, you're the way you were going with it, I was like, I know what you're talking about, but it's like, no, it wasn't the fourth. It had to be the fifth.
Yes,
because I remember that episode because he was looking at the math equation and he goes, now we'll never know if I solved it.
I think I just got Alex's attention when I did this.
But remember, when he was dying, he was looking at the numbers and he realized he's about to go. He goes, now I'll never know. Which meant he's like, I'll never know if I solved it, at least as I remember it. And you guys, anybody can correct me. I thought it meant he's like, now I'll never know if I got the equation right.
Been a while.
And I remember they were trying to get him to go back in time. And this is, I think, and I could be completely wrong, this might be one of those first times we realize that there are fixed points in time even the Doctor can't fix. Now, I could be wrong, but that's the first time I remember thinking about the fixed point paradox that he talks about in new Doctor Who.
Deej?
Well, you can interpret that way, but they had still not explained it until the new Who that there was fixed points. But he wasn't supposed to cross his own time stream.
Might have been a retcon then, DJ. Hey, DJ, it might have been, like as a Star Wars EU guy as I am, might have been just a retcon.
Well, basically,
but I could be wrong.
For that episode, it was basically he could not cross his own time stream to fix it.
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because there was that episode with Sylvester McCoy. And, I'm thinking the first time, besides the 3 Doctors and 5 Doctors, there was an episode where Sylvester McCoy was the Doctor and the Daleks were there. And they talked about this guy saying he's the Doctor is here, but I thought he was a white-haired curmudgeon, which meant we were talking about the first Doctor, William Hartnell.
They could do that, but a Time Lord could not cross his own stream, being his own regeneration at that point.
Yeah, he cannot interfere in his own timeline.
There had been the exceptions where the Time Lords allowed different versions of the Doctor to interact with each other, but never the same version.
You cannot have 2 Tenets in the same timeline, but you can have a 10th Doctor and a 12th Doctor.
Actually, if I'm going to be honest, this is going to maybe sound a little unpopular, but I honestly thought the 2 Doctors was the best. I mean, having Peter Thornton and Clive Baker.
No.
And where he just makes this line where he says, the timeline is big enough for the both of us. And it was one of those just funny things where I always loved about how when the Doctor interacts with a prior version of himself, they never really get along.
It's 2 different personalities. That's why. It's not the same person. It's 2 different personalities.
But it's so funny. Actually, I think the best. I'm going to
No,
be
the
honest.
best the best one would have been the three doctors, where you had the first, second, and third arguing
Oh
like
yeah, what did
crazy.
he call them? A dandy, and a clown.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what the first Doctor. So these are my replacements: a dandy and a clown. And I'm like, what?
And that was the last time Hartnell ever appeared as the Doctor.
Yes, because somebody else played him in the Five Doctors.
Yeah, because he was dead.
Yeah, and well, actually, Peter, not
Davidson.
Peter, sorry, Tom Baker actually didn't even appear in the episode.
No,
It was cut
curator.
clips from an unaired
Shada.
episode.
Yeah, it
He was
was
the
cut clips from
curator.
Shada.
He was the curator.
No,
Mhm.
in the Five Doctors, there were cut clips from Shada.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, Shada. Thank you. Did you ever, DJ? Did you ever actually see Shada? Because it actually was released.
I've seen all three versions. I've seen all three versions.
But you can tell, I mean, I understand Tom Baker said, he's like, I don't want to reprise the role so sudden. And then, of course, later on, he said, I think I made I made a mistake on that. But they tried to, do the best they could with, in my opinion, the technology they had and didn't do too bad of a job. But it was kind of obvious it was not quite in the same area because, he's with Ramana, who's a time lady.
Yeah. At that point, he was with Romana #2 in
Mhm.
Shada. Even though when they redid it for one of the animations, it was the Eighth Doctor with Romana. Because at that point, Romana was High Council president.
Yes,
And she
that's
recruited,
right. She was.
She recruited the Eighth Doctor to go do the Shada storyline.
Another thing, DJ, I don't know if you got to hear this or Alexander, if you got to hear this. But when it came to, Paul McGann got to shine as the Doctor in Big Finish. And I will say this, John Hurt got to shine as the War Doctor in the audio dramas because he actually completed his entire audio drama series before his passing. And I absolutely love them.
The one I'm waiting to get my hands on is the new audio drama coming out with nothing but masters.
I haven't been on Big Finish in a while. I'm waiting on their Eighth Doctor because I know he's doing the Time War kind of thing, and it's going to be somewhat of a prequel to the War Doctor's era. And I'm kind of waiting on it to get finished because I got to be honest, when I listen to these audio dramas and I have to wait a year plus for the next one, I'm like, fuck, I hate you, Brits. You always make us wait.
Well, this one's going to be all the masters up till Missy.
I actually liked Missy.
Even Missy will be in
this. That's all my messy room.
But they're going to have the Delgado master, the Ainley master, the Sims master, the what the hell, the older guy that was right before Sims.
Oh, did you guys know about the whole thing? One of the reasons why the master never showed up after the first master, I think his name was Delgado, I think you said, he passed away, right? Due to an accident.
Delgado passed away.
And John Pertwee said, they were such good friends.
He refused
said
to do.
He would not do
See you later,
an
Captain
episode. He said he wouldn't do an episode of the Master because his chemistry with Delgado and his friendship with him. So that's why the Master never showed back up after that point for him, except for I think the Five Doctors.
Yeah, the Five Doctors. That's when they brought back Ainley.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off because I need to run to the store before it gets really hot out.
All right, have a good one.
I think it's actually raining here, but I haven't looked out my window.
Oh, it rained last night, so hey now.
Yeah, it rains like here like a bitch. All right, man. Drive safe to the store, buddy.
I walked to the store. I only live 4 blocks. And you
Well,
only
walk
risk
safe. Hey, walk safe then.
Later, guys.
Later.
Nice gentleman, DJ.
Sometimes
That's
we
the
get
first
some good
time I've
ones up
ever
here.
met him.
He's been up here quite a few. He's been on quite a few other streams too.
Yeah, first time I've talked to him. I think first time I've talked to Alexander.
No, that's not the first time.
Oh, we've talked before?
Yes, yes.
Alexander and the real
Okay.
fan.
Mm.
But yeah, shit, I'm gonna call this quits. We've been going for over 4 hours now, and I want to go eat something.
Yeah, and I got 3 hours. I got to get my shit. I got to get my StreamYard out to my team and the YouTube out because we're gonna talk Phase 1, MCU Phase 1, Part 2, and we're gonna start with talking more Iron Man 2 because that's where we left off. Because I'm trying to keep my streams at about an hour, and then we're gonna talk about Thor, and then if we get enough time, we'll talk about Captain America. And I hope we get there because when it comes to Captain America and Thor, I've got some interesting comments on the risks they took. But that'll be in a little over 3 hours, 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Sounds like fun.
I hope so. I always try to have fun with everyone.
Alexander, you seem lost.
Yes, I mean, I listen to what you are saying. I just nothing to add to the conversation on Doctor Who because I know nothing about that. And I mean, there are some series that I watch, but I'm not more a movie watching and comic reading. So I was on eBay watching if the Spirit Archives because I need 2 of the volumes. I made a mistake in the past buying the 14 and the 16 in German. So now I need to find the English one, but they all are to find. There's a seller here. He has the 14 one. That's not cheap, but that's a civilized price. So I'm looking if he had something else that could interest me because when this is expensive like that, often it has the seller maybe like a bonus. And last time when I bought, it was the second omnibus of Judge Anderson from 2080. The guys accept to give me a lot of bonus, and I was really glad. So we'll see what we will say. But the only thing that I found that interests me is the trade paperback of Batman Aliens from Dark Horse and DC crossover. That's looked really amazing.
I have that one, and I've read Batman versus Predator 1, 2, 3, and I've read the Batman Aliens, Batman Superman Aliens. It's a good one. I mean, one of the things I really, and I'm sorry, DJ, I don't mean to bring this up if this is a sore subject for anyone, but I'm actually after watching the trailer. I'm kind of actually excited for this Batman movie because I'm actually the way they're making it sound is it's going to give me something I've been wanting when it comes to Batman, and that's not only Batman be a badass, but Batman be a detective. And we see how intellectually intelligent he is. Because unfortunately, I don't care what movie I've seen. Yeah, I can name every Batman movie, and the simple fact is, his detective skills are never really a shining factor. And for someone like me, that's what I want. I want my Batman to be. I want my Batman to actually be a smart motherfucker that I know he is.
We
I
see
mean,
him.
this is the guy who learned how to. They did. Hold on a
The
second,
second
sir.
movie of Nolan with the Joker, like there are some detective stuff in it. that I liked.
Not what I was not what I would have
Not
shot.
enough, but there was like at least you got they can say you got the when you analyze the bullet and all that stuff. That's interesting. The bullet shot like.
But here's the thing. Okay, I'll give you that. Here's the thing with that I'm actually looking forward to in this kind of a noir kind of thing. I grew up with a Batman in the 80s and 90s. I call it's the post-crisis era. From there, from 86, from I think 86 to 2011. And when I think of Batman, I think of him having his detective skills with very old technology. I'm talking cathode ray tube, computers, no internet. He's got to learn how to do things. And we get stories where he actually goes out and investigates. We've never really gotten that with him actually showing how good a detective he is without all his fucking gadgets. Okay, he's not Iron Man. Batman has been a superior detective since the frickin' 30s before 99% of the technology he's ever used still to solve crimes. And the guy is just that smart. And that's the biggest thing that they've never highlighted. So, whereas I'm looking at, yes, I want my Batman to come back after 10 years of being gone, kick some fucking ass, take some names. No, I don't want an origin story. We all know it. It's pretty simple. It's the big three. Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. We all know their origin stories. We don't need a fucking repeat. I don't need to see Martha and his dad. Now I'm drawing a blank on his name. I don't need to see them die again. Will we see it? Who the hell knows? What I want to see is a badass Batman in two forms. One, kicking ass. Now, is he bulked? No. Am I pissed about that? No, because honestly, other than Ben Affleck, I haven't seen a bulk Batman ever. And I'm going all the way back to the frickin' serialized era. It's never been a bulk Batman except for Ben Affleck. Everybody else has been skinny or they haven't worked out, so I'm like, okay, I can deal with this. The suit looks good. I like the suit. I like the sound effects. I like the fact that when the guy came up to him and he just beats the fuck out of the guy, I'm like, now that's the Batman from year 1, year 2, year 3. I know. And this is coming from somebody who's read all his comics. Batman is not as pure as people think. He hates guns. He'll use them if he has to. Frickin' A used one on Darkstar for crying out loud. But he also did it in a Legends of the Bat series. Or Legends of the Dark Knight, I think was what it was. Sorry. Shadow of the Bat was later. Legends of the Dark Knight, and these were supposed to be early on ish. Sorry, DJ.
I'm going to lunch. I'm ending. We'll pick up on
Sorry,
this another day.
DJ. I apologize for running my
We'll
mouth.
pick up on this another day.
I understand.
I promise.
Like I said, I do apologize for running at the mouth.
It's okay. I'm just going to say, see you later, everybody. And remember to hit all these streams. And yeah.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
I'm going to go eat.
And don't do the Momo challenge.
Unless Alexander